Hello and welcome to GGD Gaiden episode 10, aka the Feathers and Fur episode. Speaking of fur, I'm your host, Brigatito. I'll be taking you through the episode today. I'm Wes Bates. I'll be the host. If you're wondering, why is this jackass dressed up like a Pokemon? This is the repercussions of the bet that we had on our last episode, which I lost, and I have to do the whole episode wearing this getup, making a total fool of myself. Worse than looking like an idiot, it is so stinking hot in this thing. I'm going to be sweating. I mean, this thing is going to have to go through about like 3 cycles in the laundry, I think, just to get the smell out, no doubt. But anyway, we won't linger on that. Before we get too much farther in the episode, I'd like to introduce my AAA triumvirate, starting with Hunter Average Blade Pearson.
Oh my god, are we all gonna get? I was like all prepared to have like a Lizelle specific nickname. Since you've been doing Baldur's Gate, I had like a whole joke prepared for that. Now I don't know where to go.
I had to break away from that,
You showed Lizelle your average blade.
I did. I was saying my joke is that if I write a fanfic about my Baldur's Gate 3 experience with you guys, it would be called 50 Shades of Green, because that's all Lizelle do is just basically like anger bang in front of Wes. I feel very bad. Anyway, the blade thing, like I don't even think we can explain, but I tell you, I love that. I feel like it's very fitting that you're wearing this today, because like you're like our little animal companion right now.
It is. It's very fitting. Somehow it all worked out, right?
Since we didn't really allow Pokemon as animal companions, you're like here representing Pokemon as animal companions, which would probably be number 1 on most people's list. So, other things are good.
My daughter is very excited about me getting this because she's going to inherit it after we're done, and she's like, "I'm wearing that thing all the time."
Yeah, just do wash it then.
Yeah, it'll be washed. Don't worry. Thoroughly.
I actually haven't gotten like a lot of chance to game much lately. My wife had surgery, like expected surgery. It went really well. She's just recovering, but like I've had to do a lot to kind of help make sure she's doing okay. And she's like also in the house for the next she's been in the house for 2 weeks. She's going to be in the house for another 4 weeks. So that kind of cuts back on like any work from home, like extended video game breaks I might have enjoyed before that, because she usually has me doing stuff. But I have managed to play some of my comfort food games. Like everybody else in the world, I've started playing Fallout 4 again for some reason with the show and stuff. I haven't even watched the show, but I've been running around in that, and I played some Horizon Forbidden West since that's out on PC now. And so I've just been enjoying that. That's
nice. It's always a good time for Fallout, especially right now with the show.
I love that game. It's so great.
We'll get into that a little bit later, I think, for sure.
Maybe.
We're gonna talk some Fallout. Don't worry. Also joining us as usual, Stacked Zach Pearson.
Stacked. I don't get a blade comment from the first time.
I thought you were gonna get a different blade.
Stacked, man.
I know. It's stacked.
Came out of our that is a Baldur's Gate reference right there. That came out of our Wednesday night sesh. So
I am. I will, because I made myself huge. I enlarged myself and was running around in nothing but my gimp suit as a half-orc monk. So ripped as all can be. So yes, stacked. As I wish I had. As I wish I was anymore. Back in like college, maybe.
Well, at least your skin color is basically the same, with white to grayish.
My character's green.
Oh yeah, sorry, I confused because you have a gray. We have Zach and I play on multiple campaigns, so sometimes I mix up which characters are which. You are green. You're not
every week. You're like, wait, what? Where were we again? What were we doing?
Yes, early dementia. I'm afraid.
Yeah, my
Oh,
pretty
wow.
boy character and the other one's doing just fine. Whoever that's who you're playing with those.
So what's good with you, Zach?
Not too much. Just getting through a lot of work items, and then I just started up playing softball with my company. I just had our first 2 games the past couple of weeks. Much to the dismay for Hunter and Brad over here for our Persona nights, because it's been at 9 p.m. on Thursdays, which is way too late for a softball game. But it's been a lot of fun getting out, getting to drink some beer, hang out with some people, and hit the ball around.
Cool.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys are doing pretty well so far.
Yep, 2 wins and no losses. We won like 32-16 in our first game.
Having experienced watching Zach play baseball growing up, I can tell you that it's to all of their benefit that he's not pitching ball in a fast way. Like slow pitch softball is perfect for him, given the amount of people that he hit with baseballs back in the day. He had a lot of speed and sometimes not a lot of control. He was like wild thing.
Fixed. That got fixed. It got fixed by the time I got out of high school.
Well, I don't like to remember the good things. I just like to remember you hitting people, which was always
Because
entertaining.
you're sitting there laughing your ass off in the stands. I could hear you giggling to yourself.
He hit 4 people in a row. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I brought all my friends to watch it.
We won that game too.
Yeah.
What was the pitcher, the Charlie Sheen's character from Major League?
Wild Thing.
Wild Thing.
Wild
Yeah.
Thing, yeah.
I should have called you Zach Wild Thing Pearson.
Yeah, Rick Vaughn. Give him the heater, Zach.
Thing is, I throw that heater at their head, and then I throw the curveball at their head, and the curveball would be a strike.
Yeah.
All right. Well, last but not least, we have Brad, the Mad Lad, Russell.
The Mad Lad.
The Mad Lad. What's going on, Brad? What's good?
What's good, man? Things are good in general. Feeling all right. What's good? I noticed we got a cool kind of thing going on, like a new thing on the Discord now, that GGD Level Up channel.
Mm-hmm.
That seemed like a good thing.
That's a great
idea.
idea.
That was a good idea.
Like I just hopped on there the other day, like totally like made me like feel better, like good vibes in there, kind of just some showing off what's good with our lives out there can sometimes help everyone else kind of feel better about theirs. So really good idea. I think that's super cool. You guys should check it out.
Yeah, so what that is they created a new channel over there for people to kind of post their goals, like life goals that people are working on right now. Some people have some kind of like weight management stuff, and some people have some like career stuff going on and other things like that. And you can kind of post what's going on with you, and everybody kind of like, gives each other support and encouragement over there, and it's good vibes.
Yeah,
nice
totally,
stuff.
man. So that's what's good lately, I think.
Yeah. How's Persona 3 going? Reload.
Good. I'm just kind of picking away at it, like no big rush. I'm just kind of soaking it in. I'm almost done though. Almost done with my first run.
You were playing some music, streaming some music from that, I think, before we started here, and I was listening to that, and oh man, it's got some good tunes.
Yeah, I've been remixing the soundtrack the last couple days, just kind of making my own little version of the soundtrack to like bump in the car and stuff. It's really good.
Nice.
It's like really got me
it.
by the short hairs lately. That soundtrack, I can't get it out of my head.
I can see why. Yeah, for sure.
Totally.
Right on.
What about you, Wes?
Ready for?
No, what's good with you, dude?
Let's see. A couple things. I've been spending a lot of quality time with my daughter lately, which has been really nice. Last weekend, we went to this sort of regional game developers conference that was being put on. So it's like Sacramento area indie devs, and they were doing like a showcase. So we went and to West Sac and checked out a bunch of games, and they're doing a program at my daughter's through my daughter's charter school next year, where they basically do an indie or like a game programming class. And so she was checking that out, and she thinks she might want to do that. So it was really neat. We saw some interesting games, saw a cool like Pokemon knockoff thing called Snackifice. It was like a Pokemon meets Bugsnax kind of. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and we saw some other kind of fun stuff. I played some kind of platformer called Baby Yaga that was kind of fun. It was like an old ass NES game, and the guy had it hooked up to a CRT. So I
Hmm.
was playing, and he had it hooked up with like a mock NES controller, so it felt really retro. That was fun. And then I took her to an archery program through 4-H today, so she was doing archery for the first time, which was really fun.
That was the first
because
time.
I enjoy archery. First time, yeah.
Sorry, I saw the pictures and she just looked like she had like a natural like form, like she's really good.
She picked it up pretty quick, so that was cool. And then we've been playing Cat Quest 2 also together. We're like at the very end, and that's been really, really fun.
That's
So she's the cat, and I've been the dog, and we've been kicking all sorts of ass. So that's been super fun.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's what's good with me.
Cool.
So anyway, we're gonna move on from intros to news bites. You have any volunteers to start things off?
I can get it going fast, considering that's what mine's about.
Gotta go
Let's
fast.
go.
Max.
Let's go.
Gotta go fast. All right. So today I brought an article from interestingengineering.com. Not normally a source we would find for our gaming news, but I thought it was kind of a relevant topic because the Aston University in England has found a way to make internet 4.5 million times faster. So
That's
you're
crazy.
you're sitting there complaining about your games downloading slow. I don't know if that's going to be a problem for too much longer. Probably, hopefully, here in the next couple of years, because one of the biggest things with this breakthrough is it's using what we already have. It's using fiber optic cables. They found a way to unlock unused, basically, wave bands within the fiber optic cable to send more information. And instead of this being like, oh, you're just adding one on top of one, it's more of like an exponential increase when they add in these other bands, and that's how they get to this 4.5 million times faster. So with this, we're going to get to a point where this is going to become, I think, commercial and mainstream. We're going to get this with a lot of our companies. Hope it's not going to be, it's probably going to be like 5 years. It's still cool this is going to happen, but with that, one of the biggest talking points for game developer, or not for game developers, but for platforms of the past, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years has been cloud gaming. And this can actually make it feasible. If we can get cloud gaming where we have internet going this fast, it's going to be seamless, latency-free. People won't necessarily have to bog down their systems with video games. You'll just be able to play a video game. You can just go in and say, click play, and it's just going to run because the system's going to run. It's going to download faster than your system can run it, which is crazy.
Oh, man, all the physical copy homeboys are
We'll never own a video game
screaming in
again.
terror. Yeah, this story broke my brain a little bit, because I'm like, that doesn't, like, I think most people would settle for like 5 times faster, like, I just need to download one 5-minute video. Okay, I don't need the entire database of Pornhub. Like just.
That was actually one of the things I saw about this is that not Pornhub, but I think it was GitHub, like where they put all those, where they put like tons of information, and it was like the entire, or no, it was the IMDb database. You could download the entirety of the IMDb movie database in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like
I feel like
that's insane.
I feel like with internet that fast, you wouldn't need to download a thing.
Yeah, it's not download.
Never again.
I didn't
Why are
actually
we even talking about downloading?
I didn't
You know,
think
it's
about
like-
the download, like the cloud gaming. That actually does kind of get me a little bit excited, and also a little bit terrified. This kind of stuff just really terrifies me because, like, I also all the dorks out there that are hyper focused in on like the singularity and AI taking over the world. Like, this is gonna make it a little easier.
Yeah, I had the same thought
This
actually.
is like faster. Like, and world
You've paved
over.
the road for that scenario, haven't you?
Yeah, like great, but at least we're gonna get to play, like Crisis on any.
You're gonna get to play
phone.
that Solid Blade on your phone.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, it's
Crazy.
super interesting, and it'll be really interesting to see where that goes in the future and how quickly they'll actually be able to roll that out, if they'll actually be able to roll that out or not. So,
Seems like they're going to.
yeah, seemingly so. Brad, why don't you go next, Brad?
All right, so I pulled an article this month from theconversation.com. I'll spare you the nitty gritty on it. Basically, the article brings up the topic of gamification of work tasks. So gamification is kind of a blanket term for an idea that you can essentially turn kind of mundane tasks into a little game. So it's kind of, you got like some split opinions on this one. A lot of people think it increases efficiency or makes time go by for people who are doing tasks that are just kind of monotonous and just repetitive things like that. So for like an example, perhaps like I think in the article they use like the Amazon worker, right? The guy in the warehouse. They've managed to like kind of make a game out of sorting and shipping and that kind of thing. So argument for it is that like you just kind of have something to distract you from your job, but others argue that maybe you shouldn't be distracted from your job. Like maybe work shouldn't be a game. It kind of adds to that. That big brother's watching you kind of. You'll just kind of dumb your workers down and expect them to kind of play a silly game to get through the day. Like so, without really this. I picked this for your guys' opinion, so I'm not going to dig any too much deeper. I think we all get the concept of what gamification is, what could be good about it, what could be bad about it. I want to hear from you guys. Like, tell me what you feel, Hunter.
Yes.
Because I choose you because I know you're in a position to oversee employees and you deal with these kind of things. So I thought it'd be interesting to hear from you first on this.
Gamification has been brought up to me a number of times over the years. And I think I'm not going to like try and blanket like all work, because I think maybe it varies a little bit industry to industry. I'm in healthcare. And I just think in an environment like that, that's typically more of like a professional geared environment, like you're going to have the opposite effect by trying to gamify things for people. Like we might have plenty of people who play video games in the I'm sure there's a lot of people in healthcare that do. To me, right? Like, so to me, like it's really hard to do. I think gamification games tend to kind of suck ass, and people kind of know, they feel like they're being treated like children at work in a way.
Exactly.
And, like if you want to make like gaming a healthy part of a work experience, this is how you do it. Okay. Give people a flexible work schedule, give them more time off, so that they can go home and play the games that they want to play. And if you show that you care about, people, if the organization shows they care about people's time and their flexibility and their work-life balance so that they can go play the games that they want to do, then they're going to come back. Even if they're working less time, they're going to be more productive and they're going to care about an organization that cares about them. So let's gamify their time by letting them go play games they want to play and not keep them at work doing like stupid games that they makes them feel like kids, like children at work. So that's my take on gamification. I think it's a lost cause in a lot of places.
Sure. Well said.
That's my take.
Anyone else?
I think that there are aspects of it that could be helpful to maybe get employees to do things in a correct order or to make it feel like they can break out how they need to handle certain tasks. As someone who is a live by the checklist, die by the checklist kind of worker, I could see the benefit of like if I had not necessarily like a game of it, but like that I could see like when I do this, it builds towards something and there's a reward at the end, kind of like when you're playing a game that you can see how what you're doing to say like grind out, make your character better has a reward in the end. It could be kind of the same for work. I don't necessarily see like mixing games and work together. And I'm not sure if I understood the article well enough to probably put on more.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't spend a whole lot of time explaining it. I just like essentially wanted like opinions here mostly. I agree. Like sorry, I lost my train of thought there. You know, it does feel like it's talking down, right? Like Hunter said, like I'm not sure anyone would not be like aware, that they're playing a stupid game at work. Like no one's getting like no one's like going to bed at night thinking like I can't wait to get to work tomorrow to play that game where I sort things in a warehouse. Like it's just not
right.
But that's my point,
I don't know.
Amazon Tetris.
I kind of feel like it's not a bad thing necessarily to try to improve your processes so they're less tedious and so people actually enjoy what they're doing. If you're just monotonously going through orders every day, and it doesn't require a ton of thought, and you're losing a lot of people to turnover because the job is just so tedious and monotonous. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to try to make it more interesting for a person to be able to get their job done. That's not to say that it has to be like playing Super Mario World to get it done.
Yeah.
But to at least improve the process to the point where it's less tedious and less monotonous for your employees, I think that it could be beneficial and it could, increase productivity and maybe retention of your people if they're not loathing every second of the day to get through their work tasks.
I don't want to like dig into like some crazy big debate on this, but I think a big part of like the article was specifically about that is that the game is covering up the problem with the job, the flaw in the job design. If a job is that boring and tedious all the time, then that's the job's problem. It's, you don't want to like try and like sugarcoat that by like trying to make it more fun. Like you should approach it from more of a, what are the responsibilities of this? What can we do to make it more challenging and interesting instead of just saying like, hey, at least it's like you're tricking your brain into thinking you're doing something fun. Like, so anyway, I thought I kind of got a bit of that out of the article, but anyway.
No, fair enough.
Yeah. It was a good poll. I enjoyed the article a lot.
So. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
If any of us ever have something within their job where it gets gamified, we'll have to come back and bring this back and kind of discuss that some more. Maybe rate it and see what it's like. So.
Good luck at my job. I wish.
Yeah. Mine too. Standing out in the field. Counting plants. Woohoo!
You're just playing Farmville over there. Stardew Valley.
Oh, it is a lot less interesting than playing Stardew Valley, believe me. All right, Hunter, hit us with your news bite.
All right, sure. Mine should be pretty short and sweet. I'm just kind of excited about this one. I haven't really dipped my toe into it too much, but my article comes from Ars Technica. It's about touchscreen and nostalgia that Delta brings classic Nintendo consoles to iOS. So this is the first. The big deal about this is it's an article about. You could get a number of articles about this. I just picked one that was like at the top of the list, but it's the first officially approved iOS app to emulate Nintendo consoles from the NES all the way through the Nintendo 64, Game Boy, DS. So this is basically Nintendo emulation officially on the Apple device, like on iOS. Totally free, no ads. You can just get the thing, put the games you want on there, slap a backbone on that thing or whatever else you want to play with. I wouldn't suggest trying to actually use the phone to play. And have yourself a little retro console that you can carry around with you now. So that's just, to me, like really cool, really unexpected from Nintendo and Apple, two companies that are very weird about this kind of thing. So it's not Nintendo.
Yeah, it's more Apple than Nintendo.
It's more Apple. Nintendo does not. They basically tolerate the emulators that are out there. Mm-hmm. They do not approve of any real emulators for Nintendo.
Right. Definitely that's kind of part of my point is that it's just very surprising that this exists on either side of it. So, and especially with them making such a push for Nintendo Online and how much effort they put into that over the last few years. So I don't know what that means for that. I don't know if they're gonna try and fight back against this in some way, but while you
that was
haven't,
going to be my question. Is like, how long do you think this will
I don't
exist?
know. I think it exists right now. So if you want to try and take advantage of it, now's the time.
They just killed Dolphin.
I think it's
basically. So
I guess that's true. They did just kill Dolphin. They usually don't go after the emulators that hard. It's more the ROMs.
The ROM sites.
Yeah, that they go after pretty hard.
Yeah.
Because majority of the time, you're not legally getting. A lot of people are not legally getting these ROMs. Which I don't even know what the best way to even legally get a ROM is, but
rip it.
You got to rip it. I guess that's true. I mean,
Yep.
I think this is great for Apple. I'm really happy for all the iPhone people out there, just because as an Android user, I've had this for like 12 years, and
took it out of my mouth.
And I'm really happy for you because it is a great thing to have.
It's
the fact that
sweet.
I can go on the plane, and if I don't want to pull out my Steam Deck or anything, and I have my phone. And I can pull up Pokemon Emerald on my phone and just play it.
It's pretty sick.
All set.
It's amazing. It's a great way to make it so that younger generations also, I've talked about this before, but younger generations being able to play these older games that they wouldn't have access because they don't have access to the systems. They don't have access to the games themselves. Emulation can be helpful for that. So I do really like the fact that Apple has said, yes, we will put that on there. And I hope that means that they're going to allow you to put other ones on there as well. Like, well, what's the big one, Brad?
RetroArch?
Yeah, RetroArch. I hope that comes next because that basically has the cores to play any older system ever.
Yep.
So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it can emulate. Yeah. It can emulate like arcade boards for. It's
I've been a slave to Apple.
That software.
I've been a slave to Apple for years, so I'm gonna have to like get you to like phone hackers to help me figure out how to make this work. I never really tried it, but I definitely love to see it.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, I actually had emulators running on an iPhone 3G all the way back then. Like, I'm a jailbreaker. Absolutely, that was the last. That was the last Apple product I owned, the iPhone 3G. And since then, I've been an Android guy, never turned back.
All right.
I think Nintendo could solve their own problem if they would just get off their duffs and actually put their legacy games out on their consoles. Bring Virtual Console back and just actually put this stuff out instead of just putting out 2 games every 2 months that nobody actually even wants to play,
Right. Do it like the Capcom Arcade where you download the software and then within the software you make purchases.
Yeah. Make some money, make it easy, make it free, and make it available. And people won't necessarily need to turn to emulators for this stuff, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I think I'm the last to go. So my story is from Kotaku. It's called Fallout 76 is getting something rare. A second chance at a first impression. So basically, with the Fallout TV show on Amazon Prime that recently released, Fallout is going crazy right now. Everybody is nuts for Fallout. Hunter included, as he's jumped back into Fallout 4, as he mentioned at the top of the show. But especially Fallout 76, which didn't get a lot of love at release because it was a pretty big mess. Ben Moore from Easy Allies, who loves video games more than probably anybody I know, gave this game a 2. It was notorious at the time for getting such a bad score. But Bethesda stuck with it. They have spent a lot of time improving this game, and from my understanding, the game has improved by 10 times what it was when it released. And a lot of people are really enjoying it now, to the point that with this TV show releasing, there was a tweet sent out by Bethesda that there were over 1 million players logged in on April 23rd.
That's awesome.
Wow.
And
that's awesome.
It's really kickstarted the life in this thing, and tons and tons of new people are jumping in, checking it out, and actually finding that it's a pretty good game at this point. So I think that's pretty cool that, number one, that they stuck with it and that they've improved it. I think that's admirable because it was kind of a hot mess when it released. But number two, that all these people are jumping in and finding, I think when did this game release? I'm trying to remember. I think it was
This was a while ago.
It was a while ago.
2016, 2017, something like that. It's like 7 or 8 years, I think.
It's been it's pre-pandemic, that's for sure.
It was
maybe it wasn't that long ago.
2018, October
2018.
23, 2018.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's a 6-year-old game
6
at
years.
this point.
Yeah. And my understanding is that it's got an amazing community. Apparently,
I've heard
these
that.
people that play this game are just super, super nice people. And everybody's super encouraging and helps a lot of the new players get off the ground and giving people items. And I was listening to the MinMax podcast, and Leo Vader was sharing, he's got this little shop that he set up right by the starting area where people can come, and he sells them a bunch of items that could be useful to them, and he makes just a tiny bit of money. He said he undercuts most of the vendors by selling this stuff, just as a way to kind of role play it, but also to help people out.
That's so crazy.
He says it's really cool.
So much fun.
I remember that being like a big problem in the beginning, was that like the whole idea of concept, right, was that like players would be NPCs, which doesn't make sense, but like that was like the whole strategy, right? Like that was the gameplay was that you could kind of do whatever you wanted. I'm really surprised to hear it. I guess with Bethesda, the running theme is just better late than never these days. Maybe like in 5 years they'll do a Starfield show and that game will be good. Sorry to people like Starfield. I enjoyed Starfield some, but it's also kind of a hot mess.
Shout out to Crystal, our friend Crystal.
Crystal
loves
loved that
Starfield.
Yeah, it's like her favorite game ever.
Yeah, it was good. It was not what I wanted it to be personally, but
Bethesda in the Fallout series in general is having a pretty big kind of awakening. It's not even just the show. Is that these three are aware, because I annoy them with Magic the Gathering things all the time. They came out with Magic the Gathering Fallout decks, where you have a deck based around Caesar, you have a deck based around the Mothman, one around Madison Lee, the Doctor, and then Dogmeat. Yeah, you have a Dogmeat deck.
That's amazing.
And
Hunter just pulls it out like, here it is.
and our good friend Dan, Aviator Dan, he bought all 4 of them because he's such a big Fallout fan, and I went to go play one of them with him, and they're just a lot of fun. The series has a lot of depth and a lot of uniqueness about it that the show, I think, is finally getting out to people, because it was kind of daunting to get into it if you had no idea what was going on in the Fallout universe. So yeah, great for them, and great for Fallout 76 for them to stick with it and to make it, and for the game to be fun now, to be amazing for people. That's awesome.
Yeah. Anybody here check out the show?
I need
I've
to
been
watch
watching
it.
half of it.
I'm
I've watched
driving
about
me
half of
crazy.
it.
I have not seen it. Even my next door neighbor, who doesn't even play video games, I was asking him if he had heard of it, and he was like, "I've watched the whole season. It's so amazing." And I was like, "You don't even like it. You don't even know what's going on." He's like, "It's a great show." And I'm like, "Why have I not watched this yet? I've got to get my shit together. I don't know where my time goes."
Yeah. So you watched it, Zach?
I've watched about half of it, and
Yeah, me too.
it's like a Fallout game. You have 3 characters that have 3 completely different stat blocks, and this is actually really fun. But Bethesda released exactly what the special stats for each character would be. So if you want to go build them in Fallout 4, you can go build the characters.
That's so cool.
That's fun. That's fun. I just love all the little nods. I mean, they have like everything in there. They have like a Vraxo cleaner and obviously Nuka-Cola and all the little brand stuff that are in the game. It's all everywhere in the show, and it's not in your like shoved in your face or anything, but it's all just like, if you're a fan of that stuff, you're like, oh look, there it is. You're like Leonardo DiCaprio in that GIF. He's like,
Yeah.
Wait, so did you get to the? I'm not gonna spoil this, but did you get to the story of the Fallout boy?
I don't think so. I finished through episode 4. I don't know where that's at.
I think that's either 4. I think that might be 5.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just funny.
Is there an encumbered joke? Has there been an encumbered joke? I feel
sort of.
Okay.
Sort of.
Like someone's just carrying around too much.
There's the Brotherhood of Steel Paladins that walk around in the power armor, and then they have squires that follow them around, and they have these gigantic bags. I don't even know what's in the bag. They have these huge bags, and they're like trying to lug these bags behind the guy in the power armor, just like chugging it across the wasteland.
I'll have to watch it.
It's fun.
Yeah. It's very, very good. All right. Well, we might talk some more Fallout later, but for now, it's time for the Gaiden Top 10. This month, our top 10 topic is top 10 video game animal companions. I think it's going to be a fun list. You guys excited?
List. I'm super excited. It's going to be a great list.
My whiskers are twitching. Let's jump into it. Starting at number 10.
Number 10.
At number 10, we have Morgana from Persona 5. Now, you might expect Brad to be the one to intro this because he is the master of mementos. But I'm actually going to talk a little bit about Morgana before we kick things off. Brad was actually almost a little, incensed is not the right word, a little hesitant to include Morgana on this list. We've had some back and forth about animal companions and kind of what constitutes an animal companion, what does not constitute an animal companion. So before we start talking about Morgana, Brad, I'd like you to share kind of like your take on Morgana.
My take on Morgana?
Your take on Morgana and like on this list as an animal companion.
Like,
yeah, no.
Does it count?
Okay, so you want me to qualify Morgana for this list? I mean, like at first, what I went into this thinking like an animal companion was an animal companion, not sentient, not speaking any kind of language you might recognize, that kind of thing. I forget, like animal. But very quickly we started seeing these animal characters emerge in the in the nominations that were just like Morgana, anthropomorphic animals, in video games that are companions, So I think a lot of the community wanted to include these types of characters, and that's just fine if that's the way this list is going to be. I'm happy to have Morgana on the list. Morgana is your tour guide through Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal. Like Morgana is the epitome of animal companion, Morgana's the one who teaches you how to use your personas, the whole beginning tutorial. Morgana doesn't shut up in any battle, constantly
for better or worse, right?
Yeah, sure, for better or for worse, telling you, I know Hunter loves it when he's told to go to bed and not to go, hang out at the laundromat or, whatever it is. But yeah, thankfully, like as the game progresses, Futaba kind of takes over the role as the guide. So you hear a little less from Morgana. I think by the time that switch happens, like it's just maybe just a little too much Morgana.
Need less Ghana.
But yeah. Really good. Like if Persona 5 is your first Persona game, like Morgana like taught you pretty much everything you know about Persona, which is pretty cool. Which is Morgana's actual role, like in the game, like you find out later on. By the way, I'm just gonna throw this out now. We're gonna have some pretty heavy spoilers going through this list, talking through some stuff. So if we get to a character and you haven't played the game and you don't want to be spoiled on anything, maybe just skip ahead. But I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. So you meet Morgana initially in the very first palace that you go into. Ryuji and Joker kind of stumble their way into this place, and they get thrown in the dungeon, and they have no idea what's going on. They've never been to the Metaverse before. They don't know why they're there, what's happening. They thought they were going to high school in the morning, and then they meet this talking cat who offers to help them get out and escape if they let him out of his jail cell. And they do so, and it all kind of kicks off from there. You meet Morgana. Morgana actually follows them back to the real world. He looks like a sort of very cartoony, large-headed cat normally in the game when you're fighting and stuff, but in the real world, he just looks like a normal cat. And people can't understand him. The only people that can hear him talk are like the people in your party.
that have been to the
Persona
metaverse.
users in general.
Right. So, and he just kind of goes everywhere with Joker. He goes in his backpack wherever he goes. He goes to school with him. He's on the train with him. You know, when he goes out at night or whatever, he's hanging out there with him too. He gets nervous and like wants to always cuddle up with Joker at night and sleep with him.
Little kitty nightmares and stuff.
Right, yeah. Interesting thing about Morgana doesn't remember who he is. He doesn't remember anything about his past, where he came from.
Sure.
He actually thinks that he's a human who got turned into a cat.
It's the classic JRPG amnesia trope.
Right. And the character and the player doesn't know anything about Morgana either. So it's this ongoing mystery through the whole game about like who is Morgana, where did Morgana come from. Morgana really thinks that he's a human. If you play Persona 5 Royal, you might actually get to see Morgana as a human and the piece of that, which is kind of interesting. But no, I think Morgana is an excellent animal companion. Certainly a core member of your party. One of the first team members, teaches the whole party so much about everything about what's going on and sets up the whole thing. As Brad mentioned, does become like less important as an active team member the more you go through the game, to the point where it's actually part of the story and Morgana starts to feel like left out and like runs away. And
I mean, Morgana's the central character of the final arc, you know, like the original final arc of Persona 5. So Morgana doesn't really go away. It's just you hear less from him, which is nice. The voice can be a little shrilly and annoying after.
And he can turn into a van, so that's always fun.
That's right. None of these other spoilers. None of these other companions on this top 10 list can turn into a van.
What? Or a helicopter.
Checkmate. Or a helicopter with kitty ears. There's some footage of that in the B-roll, I'm certain of it.
All right, well, we'll dig to that.
Anybody else have anything about Morgana, Hunter? You want to give up what you don't like about Morgana, other than telling you
I was gonna like just kind of keep my thoughts to myself. I think Brad kind of nailed it. You know, like I guess I have issues just in general in life with authority, and I don't like to be told to go to bed when I don't want to go to bed yet. If I want to go hit baseballs at the batting cages, I don't want to have to go to bed. And I get this like cat, and also I'm sorry, internet, I'm not really a cat person, so like just all around, like it's like a bossy, pervy cat that doesn't let me do what I want to do. And like that was my first introduction to Persona, and I was like, man, this game is great except for this fucking cat that just won't leave me alone and just is like, no, you have to do this now. And I'm like, why do I have to do that? You know, you're not a real boy. Ugh, not a Morgana fan. And it is a perverted cat.
There's a lot of hate for Morgana. I was looking up like information. And I kept finding all these YouTube videos about like Morgana sucks. I hate Morgana. It's the worst character in the game.
I gotta go find those message boards so that I can get some of this out.
I personally don't mind Morgana, but
I don't mind Morgana. I like Morgana. I think that having seen some of the other somewhat like animal companions from the other Persona games that may not be as good as the other ones. Partially that might be just that you get a lot of Morgana for a while there, as we've already stated. I think Morgana is a fun choice here, and definitely a great animal companion because they're with you the whole time and they are essential and key to the story. So.
Dude, Morgana is in like 90% of the frames in Persona 5. Like, whether he's like poking out of the backpack or like crawling up on the on the ledge or
test questions.
Like under the desk. Like so, it's a companion through and through.
You guys also
there's a scene in the game where, and it's one of my favorite scenes in the game, where the whole crew is riding on a subway and Morgana pops out of the backpack. And this kid notices Morgana and comes over and is like, oh, is that your kitty? And you have to kind of like start petting Morgana. And at first he's like, this is okay, I don't mind being petted. And then you have the option to like keep petting Morgana harder and faster to the point. And if you continue to choose to pet Morgana harder and faster, Morgana's just like Like can't handle it.
Just freaks out.
Yeah,
My
it's
God.
hilarious. It's hilarious.
That's
I love it.
I think I like with that Snuggie you have on. I think I need to like make a GIF of what you just did. Like,
All right. Well, we're gonna leave our number 10 spot behind and move on to number 9.
Number 9.
At number 9, we have Kazooie from the Banjo-Kazooie games. Now, Brad, as you know, it is tradition on this show to have a guest come in and talk a little bit about one of our top 10 spots. And we do, again, have a guest on this episode. Would you mind teeing that up?
Yeah, sure. This month we have Artemis, my IRL friend and friend to the Discord server, and frequent guest on Persona. We know, she voted for Kazooie pretty high from Banjo and Kazooie.
number 1, I think.
Yeah, I think that was her number 1 pick, and so we thought we'd reach out and just kind of ask if she'd share her thoughts about the character, and she delivered. I knew for sure she had kind of personal things to say about this, so I thought she'd be a cool pick this month. And we go ahead and listen to her comments now. Hit it.
Hi everyone, my name is Artemis. Today we embark on a journey to talk about Kazooie, the feisty avian companion from the beloved Banjo and Kazooie series. I have to say this is one of my favorite games that is near and dear to my heart, because if it wasn't for my grandma, this would have not entered into my world. My grandma would always be the one playing the game on her file, while us kids would sit next to her and read the Prima's official strategy guide to help her obtain the beloved Jiggies and search for the last 5 missing musical notes, which we think were the hardest to get, especially down at the bottom of Clanker's Cavern. Kazooie isn't your ordinary sidekick. She's a veritable firecracker of wit and personality. With her sharp tongue and quick wit, Kazooie injects each interaction with a dose of sass and humor. Despite her small stature, she exudes confidence, often taking center stage with her larger-than-life personality. Her relationship with Banjo forms the heart of the series, offering a compelling contrast between her brash demeanor and Banjo's easygoing nature. Visually, Kazooie cuts a distinctive figure with her vibrant plumage and sharp features. She commands attention wherever she goes, sporting red, orange, and yellow feathers, piercing green eyes, and a sharp beak. Her iconic appearance and spirited personality cements her status as an unforgettable character in the gaming pantheon. Throughout the Banjo and Kazooie series, Kazooie's interactions with a colorful cast of characters provide insight into her character. From playful banter with Bottles to sarcastic exchanges with other characters, Kazooie's sharp wit and unwavering confidence leave a lasting impression. Despite the occasional insult hurled her way, Kazooie remains unapologetically herself, adding depth and humor to every encounter. Beyond her personality, Kazooie's abilities play a pivotal role in the game. Nestled snugly in Banjo's backpack, she unleashes a barrage of skills, from flying and egg shooting to becoming invulnerable in times of needs with her golden feathers. Her diverse set of skills not only complements Banjo's abilities, but also expands the player's arsenal, offering new strategies and approaches to each challenge. Whether soaring through the skies or pecking foes with precision, Kazooie's prowess knows no bounds. In Banjo and Tooie, Kazooie undergoes a significant evolution with the introduction of the split-up move. This newfound independence allows her to roam freely, forging her path and learning unique abilities along the way. Despite her autonomy, Kazooie's loyalty to Banjo remains unwavering, underscoring the strength of their partnership and the depth of their bond. In conclusion, Kazooie transcends the realm of mere sidekick to emerge as a pivotal figure in the Banjo and Kazooie series. Her sharp wit, dynamic abilities, and unwavering loyalty enrich the gaming experience, leaving an inedible mark on players young and old. So next time you embark on a journey with Banjo and Kazooie, take a moment to appreciate the feathered firecracker in Banjo's backpack, who adds that extra spark to your adventure.
All right, thanks for your segment there, Artemis. We appreciate you sharing your thoughts about your grandma and all that. That was super cool. Again, and thank you for your participation. Thank you to everyone who voted for Kazooie. Personally, I have absolutely no experience with this game. It's a complete blind spot in my gaming repertoire, which is why I called on Artemis to save the day. Anyone have feelings?
Yeah, I got a couple. Personally, I almost feel like Banjo is the animal companion to Kazooie.
That was the problem I had. I was like, I don't know.
Because Kazooie has so many just absolutely essential moves that Banjo would never be able to do almost anything without Kazooie and Kazooie's help. I know like the Kazooie's basically just in the backpack, but between the egg shooting, the faster walking, the floating, the flying, the jumping, the pecking, like Kazooie has all the moves, like all the right moves.
So Banjo is basically a Kazooie delivery system. Is that what we're saying?
Kinda,
basically,
essentially.
Yeah.
Just there to get Kazooie to where she needs to be.
Banjo is just the backpack bitch, you know. Kazooie is where it's at.
Kazooie is where it's at. Yeah, and Artemis mentioned the sass, but probably definitely easily the sassiest character in this list. Just always giving everybody crap, especially Bottles the mole. Just like she's like brutal to Bottles, like all the time. Even after like Bottles' untimely death, I think in one of the video games, she's just like, he was fine.
Yeah, digging through B-roll. I gotta be honest, like I was literally laughing out loud at some of the things I was reading.
It's such a good game. I mean, games. Funny. Yeah, I mean, it was like what Mario 64 set out to do. Like Banjo-Kazooie just added a lot of personality to it. That kind of type of game. The one thing I'll say that I was a little disappointed is she didn't mention the best game in the franchise, which is Nuts and Bolts. You know, like where's Nuts and Bolts, Artemis?
We've got some footage down there. I promise.
I'm just kidding. We don't need to include that.
We get enough talk about Nuts and Bolts on the other podcast.
Yeah, they have like a running gag over there that's like trying so hard to force Nuts and Bolts in because like this is a big win for Steven over on the main podcast too. He's probably the world's biggest Banjo-Kazooie super fan that I know of. And Banjo-Kazooie like has been a serious contender for like a number of our episodes now. I'm trying to remember which ones they were in on. I think they were on Romances.
Sure.
I think they were on something else too, and I can't remember what it is.
Was it the games we want back?
Yeah, franchises we want back. Yeah, that was on there. I think they've been on like at least like 3 or 4 like lists, maybe just 3. But anyway, it's fun to see them actually make an appearance and for Kazooie to get the respect. I don't know. Like I was with Wes, I'm not sure I really like thought of one or the two of them being an animal companion to the other. They always just seem like kind of a tour de force like tag team duo type, but really fun games, great character, and thank you to Artemis. That was great getting your take on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. Anyway, we're going to leave Kazooie at number 9 behind in the bag. Pick up,
in the backpack.
Pick up your saddlebags, because at number 8.
Number 8.
Easy does it, eh? You better calm you down. Easy, it's okay. No, easy. Easy now.
We have Your Horse from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Nice.
Depending on what you care to name your horse. I don't know. Hunter, tell us about your horse. Would you tell us about your horse, please?
For sure. God, yes. This to me is like the first true, like, full-on animal companion. Despite the fact that you can have any number of horses in the game, I think, most people kind of find their horse and kind of stick with it. There's I think there's actually, I'm not just making a joke here, I think there are 69 different types of horses you can get in the game.
Of course there is.
Yeah, and a lot of the times, like, most people probably get their horse by literally finding it in the wild, lassoing it, like breaking it, taming it. And so, like, you already have that kind of connection of it being like, this is mine. Like, this is the one I picked out. Like, this is, what I want to spend my time riding around on. Because, I mean, you spend a lot of that game on your horse riding around. Like, it is with you all of the time. And and once you get it, you get to name it stupid things like Orson Welles, whatever you want to name it. It's like
Orson Welles.
Yeah, it's like did you guys have a name for your horse? What was y'all's names for your horse?
I had a very specific horse, which is actually the one horse that stands out, because I had a number of horses right throughout. Either my horse would die somehow or get stolen by somebody, or I would get just a new horse, a better horse. But the horse that stood out for me in Red Dead Redemption 2 is a special horse that you get through a series of missions. The horse's name is Buell. Does anybody remember Buell?
Yeah.
You get Buell from an old trapper veteran man. He fought in the Civil War. His name was Hamish.
Yeah.
And you first meet this guy. He gets thrown off Buell, and he's got a wooden leg, and because he got his leg removed in the war, and he's lost his leg because Buell took off and pulled his leg out, and he's stuck. So you have to go get Buell for him, and then later on you come back and you do a legendary fishing mission with Hamish, and then you do a legendary hunt with Hamish, and you spend all this time with Hamish, right? And you're building up this rapport and this relationship, and this guy's like a genuinely cool guy to hang out with. He's not like a jerk like a lot of the people are in the world of Red Dead Redemption 2. And then at the end, he gets assaulted by this gigantic boar, and the boar gores him and kills him. And with his last words, he gifts you Buell.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
And so it was super meaningful to me that he gave me this horse, and it's a legendary horse. I don't remember the exact breed. I think it's a Dutch Warmblood. And he's got all of this stamina for going up hills. Like, he goes up hills like a rocket. And I was so happy to have Buell, and I had Buell with me for a long, long time after that mission. And then you get to a certain point in the game, and I'll just say I lost Buell. It happens as part of the story, and it was a punch to the gut, just absolute punch to the gut.
Shouldn't have brought Buell on that one.
Yeah, you should have just shot Buell at the very beginning and save yourself the misery.
It sucked. It absolutely sucked.
A heartwarming story, and
yeah.
Hunter just shoots him right away.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of this game. Is you get to do whatever you want. But
Hunter is just on foot the whole time.
Look,
just hustling it through
just humping it.
Just as an animal companion, though, like, I'm gonna get a little bit into just more of the details around the animal companionship. I mean, this is a horse that you have to keep it clean. Like, you brush it, you pet it, you have to feed it to keep its stamina up. You can
so it's a Pokemon.
Lasso people and drag them behind you and have fun that way with your horse. And
it's gonna get brought up.
Well, yeah, and you got to bring up the one thing that is everybody's favorite thing about the horses, right?
Call him boy.
No, it's the big floppy horse balls, right? That
That's not my favorite thing, but sure, why not?
Well, like everybody loves the fact that like they swell. If you're like in the heat of Saint Denis, they like swell up and get like big, and then if you like go up to the Grizzlies, they shrivel up in these tiny little. I mean, that's great, right? And if that's not companionship, like just getting underneath your horse and checking out his beans, I don't know what companionship is. So.
I see Hunter now. Like,
I think this
going
puts
to
our
test the
friendship in a
different
whole new
regions.
light, Hunter.
Oh,
Hunter going to the different regions just to jump off his horse and to check his beans.
Dude, you got to check out the beans. Well, and it's also got the whole like. I mean, you really do have like a companionship like built into the system, like into the mechanics. Like as you ride around on your horse, feed your horse, call it like good boy or whatever, yeah. Like you actually get it, you level it up. Like you get advanced moves, it gets better stamina, it becomes easier to control. You can customize it. You get saddles, you can get different bed rolls, you can change his hairstyle to make it look all braided and pretty if that's your thing. And then like as Wes said, even without like the storyline with Buell, like you can absolutely spend like tens of hours with Orson Welles, and then just out of nowhere he goes barreling off a cliff, and there goes no more Orson Welles unless you reload to save. Like you can just lose your horse. It actually.
Did you, Hunter?
I did lose
the save.
I did, yeah. I was totally save scum, but I was reminded, like thinking back through this entry of I played Red Dead Online with our mutual buddy, Brad and I's mutual buddy Andy, who's just he's just one of the funniest people I know. And there's like this moment where we were like up in the Grizzlies, like riding around, and he was just like honestly like right out in front of me, like talking shit to me. He's like looking back while he's like barely, he's just like literally at a full sprint with his horse, and I'm behind him. I think I have footage of this. I'm gonna try and load it, but like out of nowhere with him talking, he just goes like head first off of like a 200-foot cliff, just like he just disappears over the edge. And I honestly like ride my horse around like down to the other side, and there's him and his horse just like dead right at the bottom of the cliff. He even like reloads and like shows up later and comes and like is like looking at his dead horse with me. It was hysterical. It was just like that online doesn't get enough love. He didn't fall asleep. Who, Andy? He stayed awake for that. It was a great time playing with him. There are other stories from that I'll share another time, but it's just your horses in that game is like such a big part of the experience. They're so realistic, and you spend so much time with them. It's how you get around, and you do a lot of combat from them and stuff. It's just a wonderful. I mean, you really feel like you have an animal with you.
There's a lot of good horses nominated.
Yes, yeah, for sure. I would say just in terms of like horse realism, that this one to me is like, I mean, you're not going to get better than this. Like there's like maybe ones you have a stronger bond with, but like in terms of actually like caring for a horse and like having all of like what goes into
realistic testicle physics.
Yes, testicle physics for sure. I don't think there's any game that has better testicle physics. Maybe Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate.
I haven't checked to see if those swell
physics.
up though. We got to take them into the snow.
I'm just gonna. You guys can do that, and when you're done doing that, let me know when you're done, and then I'll join.
Okay, we sure will, bud. We're done.
come on back.
All right. Moving on from horse beans at number 8 to the number 7 spot.
Number 7.
At number 7, we have Red 13 from Final Fantasy VII. All right, we're gonna get into probably some pretty big Final Fantasy VII Rebirth spoilers. There's definitely moments that I want to talk about from that game here. So,
Okay.
yeah, just FYI, Hunter, you might, if you don't want to be part of that.
I have not.
I'm also
played
probably
it
going to be part of that because I haven't finished it yet. So
it's my own
that's
fault.
fine.
It's my own fault for not playing it. I think it's fine. It's probably stuff I can kind of predict. So,
but Zach, why don't you kick us off here? Red 13.
I'll kick us off. I'll kind of stick a bit more to the original, and then we can get talking more about some of the rebirth and remake stuff a little bit later. Start off with Red 13. We first run into him in Hojo's lab as we're storming Shinra's executive building to try to save Aerith. And at that point, we think we're about to have to fight him, but then we end up having him join us as we save Aerith. As him and Aerith, I think, were trying to fight each other, but that didn't happen. Luckily. With that, he ends up joining the team there. I guess one thing with Remake is that he doesn't join your team in Remake, unfortunately. He does join it in your original one after you find him there. Then he decides to stick with your kind of crew as you escape from Shinra Tower and as you get out of the city and go on your adventure. And he says, I'll stay with you until we get to Cosmo Canyon. Because after you leave the city, that's your next step is, hey, we're going to go over to Cosmo Canyon. Red 13 is from Cosmo Canyon, so that's home for him. It's also the base of Avalanche, so that's where they want to go to see what their next steps are. During this time, you start to find out more information about Red. Such things as he's 48 years old, which most people don't really realize that because he actually acts like he's about 15 or 16, which makes sense. His species is very, very long-lived. So in the sense of being 48 years old, that's about the age of like a teenager, which we see quite a bit of that in Rebirth, and he's just silly hijinks and funny stuff. He doesn't want to be called a doggo. He does silly things, and just overall fun guy to be around in those scenes. We'll talk a bit more about some of those.
Isn't he technically
Michael Jackson impressions?
Oh my
Hey, we'll get to that, all right?
We'll get to that in a minute.
Isn't he technically a cat, like a feline? Like he acts like a dog.
He's got dog features and cat features, and
He
they
definitely
don't.
acts
They
more
don't
like a
even
dog.
ever tell you what the name of his species is. You never even hear about what that is. So
I don't remember. I feel like
I
read somewhere that he was like technically was feline, but acts like a dog, which is like the best kind of cats are the ones that act like dogs. So
I think they said it was like I'm just looking at something. He's like based off of kind of like a lion and a dog mixed together. I think is what I read.
He definitely acts more like a dog in certain instances.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
But in this experience, when you're going through with Red, he's getting over to Cosmo Canyon. The entire time he's like, all right, just had to get home. I'm happy to see him and a grandfather. And you're like, your grandfather? It's an interesting thing to talk about because where's your dad or like anything like that? Why are we only talking about your grandfather? We eventually get to Cosmo Canyon where we end up meeting his grandfather, which I think much to the surprise of Barrett and Diva with Avalanche, that it's Bugenhagen, who is kind of like the de facto, I think, like leader of Cosmo Canyon and of Avalanche. And with that, he sees that Red, I think, is a little bit unsure of what to do, which makes sense with kind of where he is in his in how he's growing up in the time frame that we're looking at here. And one of the big things is that Red wants to be a protector of his people. He wants to be there to save the canyon. And part of the reason for that is that he has always believed that his father, Seto, was a coward because he thinks that his father ran away from the canyon when the canyon was under attack from the
Gi.
The Gi, yes.
Yep.
And Bugenhagen sees this going through Red's mind and really wants to help him and opens up access to the Cave of Gi for the party and Red to go search through. And this is I think the biggest story part for Red throughout the whole game of the original. And you make your way through this canyon, and through it you fight the remnants of the Gi, the spirits of the Gi, and you finally get to the end where you come across a lone statuesque kind of figure. It's been like frozen in stone, but it's actually Red's father, And this is also when you finally learn that Red 13 is not his name. His name is Nanaki. And Red comes to the realization that his father was not a coward, did not run away, that he was a hero that fought to save the canyon from the Gi. And as he realizes this, he howls up at the moon, and you see a single solitary tear actually fall from Seto's eyes. Kind of a really heartfelt moment, which really culminates most of Red's background there, and then allows him to realize, he starts kind of questioning, like, do I need to go? Do I need to stay? And then he talks to Bugenhagen again and realizes that he needs to go to protect the world from this greater threat that's out there. The last time, really, he is there as a companion, and he does a great job. He's kind of like a moral high ground a lot of the time. He really makes... he doesn't do anything impulsively, which is kind of surprising from what we see in Rebirth, that he's very challenged in that one. But the rest of the game, he's very much like the kind of steady rock of the party. He's the one who's always calm, wants to make sure that people are heard. Just a great companion throughout the game that... it's a really interesting ad because he's the only four-legged playable character in all of any Final Fantasy game. But yeah, now we can get into some...
Is that right?
He's the only playable four-legged character.
Yeah, I'm still rolling through them. I can't think of another. You're right.
I mean, technically, Kate Sith runs on all fours.
At times.
Does he?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
But,
I don't think you've gotten far enough in the game to see that. But
yeah,
absolutely.
Didn't make this
I like to
list,
think
by
about
the way.
kids that just flopping
Spoilers.
around. So, but yeah, we can get into Remake and Rebirth. Remake, you do meet him in Hojo's lab as well. You do not get to have him as a playable character here. One of the things you do notice is that he talks in this gruff voice, and he's very a little like rough with everybody because he's not sure who everyone is. And I think he had a what was it? There's a really funny quote that I think Aerith asks what he is, and he goes, "I am that what you see before you, nothing less." It's like he seems very grown up in this whole situation, and
very,
like he's
very
just,
old man vibe.
Yeah, very old man
In
vibes.
Remake, right?
And then in Remake, and then after you get out of Remake and into Rebirth, and
Remake,
you get out and you get your first chocobo, and you see him riding a chocobo, then you laugh your ass off because you realize, no, this is a silly kid.
I have seen that. That's amazing.
Yeah. most of the best, most hilarious moments in Rebirth have something to do with Red 13. Some instance in some way, shape, or form. My personal favorite, which Brad alluded to earlier, was in Chapter 5. You have a Queen's Blood tournament on a boat.
Oh my gosh.
And so this is a pretty big spoiler, so if you have not played Rebirth and you don't want to hear it, you can pop those earphones off, Hunter, or skip ahead a little bit. But you do, so if you choose to do the tournament and you go through and you get to the end and you win, then Red 13 pops up and he's like a guest challenger at the end. And he's dressed up in a Shinra soldier uniform.
Right.
And he's trying to disguise himself as a human. But the way that he comes in, he comes in and he just starts moonwalking and doing all these Michael Jackson moves.
He's not disguising himself at all. He's trying to be inconspicuous. He's doing a hell
And then
of a
he
job.
sits down and challenges you to play Queen's Blood. And the whole thing is just peak gold moment. Yeah. It was my favorite moment in the whole game. Absolutely amazing.
We've talked about this before, but one of the things about Rebirth that, at least from what I've played so far, that has made it such an amazing game is they're not afraid to do the weird thing. That was weird,
so good.
but it was so good.
Sure.
Final Fantasy VII is a weird game. It's always been weird. You fight a house in that game. It's so bizarre.
Yeah,
exactly.
I feel
they
like
weren't afraid.
Remake would have been afraid to do that, but Rebirth just did it.
There's another part later where you're in God, why did I forget it? Brad, what's the beach resort town?
Costa del Sol.
Costa del Sol. You're in Costa del Sol, and the girls walk down to the beach in their bikinis, and they walk up to Red 13, and he does like a double take looking at him. He's like, oh?
Ooga.
Basically, yeah, that's basically what happened. And he's like trying to compare them to what he knows that is beautiful. He's like, oh, Tifa, you are as diaphanous as a dolphin. Aerith, you are as glistening as a jellyfish. And they're like, is that a compliment? And he's like, that's all I got. What do you want from me?
God, it's just he just delivers at time and time again in Rebirth. Everywhere you go, he's got something funny or something like witty that he pulls out, or just acts such a fool, and it's so good.
He's so fun to play too. Like his whole his whole shtick is defense. So if you block, he has this thing called the vengeance meter, and the more you block, it builds this vengeance meter, and that's like your triangle. And you click triangle, and he goes into vengeance mode, and he just has like, if you like to parry, like this is your character. Like he's all about the blocking and the parrying and just dealing the damage back and then siphoning the health back from the enemies that you're parrying. It's really, really fun, and it's really effective. It can be really, really effective too. So, I just have one more thing that I want to say, and then anybody else that wants to talk can. The moment where Red realizes that he was wrong about his father, like his whole entire life, he had assumed that his father was a coward and ran away from his duty to protect the canyon. And when he realizes that he was wrong, and he like jumps up the cliffside, and you have the moon hanging up above everything, and he just howls. He just gives this long howl, and the music kicks in. It's the most poignant moment in Final Fantasy VII, I think, personally, for me. It's absolutely just like when I first played that game back in college. This is a long time ago.
Yeah.
It just, oh my gosh, it blew me away. It was probably the closest I'd come ever in my life at that point to like crying in a video game, because it was just so, it just hits you in the feels so hard. And it's a really, really good moment how it's done in Rebirth as well. I would say it's not quite as it doesn't hit quite as hard as it did in the original game, but really, really well done.
I'm excited to play it. I was trying to not listen to your spoilers, but then I realized that I've got to edit this, and I'm not going to play Rebirth between now and when I edit it. So it's not like I'm going to be like listening to it over and over again. So I might as well listen to it now. It sounds really fun. It's all downloaded, ready to go. You know, as soon as I get done replaying Fallout 4 for some stupid reason, I'll go play that, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it when you get to it. It's pretty damn good.
One last thing is we do kind of know Nanaki or Red's fate after the original game due to a movie that I actually generally enjoy, which is the Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. After the culmination of that, or actually in the intro sequence of that, it starts off with a scene of Red running through a canyon with his children. And I was looking at something earlier, and I don't think I'd realized this. Technically, that shot that they show there is supposed to be 500 years in the future.
Red's like Baby Yoda.
They're incredibly long-lived creatures.
So, what do you think Red 13 would think about being called an animal companion?
He'd hate it.
People are always coming up to him in Rebirth asking if they could pet him, and he's always just like, like growling at them. They're like, oh.
Yeah, he's definitely like the most intellectual animal companion I've ever seen.
That is a fantastic point, man.
Yeah, I mean,
well done.
Yeah, he's I mean, I see why he's like included in this. He's an animal. He's definitely part of the group. Definitely a companion, so I think he fits all of it. I just don't think that he would like being called that. So.
It's interesting because there's times where he very much shirks away from his animalistic side, and there's times when he really embraces it. Like there's a bunch of missions that you go through where you rely on Red 13 and his ability to, his sense of smell to track stuff, and he kind of leads you, and he's like, well, I do have the best sense of smell, so I guess I could do this. And then he kind of and then he kind of like leans back, and he's sort of proud about that. So it's a little bit, it goes a little bit both ways, I think.
It's like a little rocket raccoon in there. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Any other comments about Red? Ready to move
So.
on?
I think so. Yeah, I think y'all covered it.
All right. Moving on from one classic Square Enix character to another. At number 6.
Number 6.
We have Frog from Chrono Trigger. Everybody got there?
AKA Glenn.
Yep.
That's it. Got it. Brad, tell us a little bit about Frog.
Okay, Frog, Chrono Trigger. We've all done our summer reading. I think most of us have played Chrono Trigger. Frog is an anthropomorphic frog who Hunter pointed out. Its original name was Glenn. Glenn was transformed into a frog after his best friend and master, Cyrus, was defeated by Magus. So, little background on Glenn and Cyrus. Glenn and Cyrus grew up together. Glenn was always picked on, and Cyrus was always there for him. So they had this kind of, big and little brother thing kind of going on from the beginning. And it was always Cyrus's dream to grow up and serve the crown of Guardia. So that's exactly what he did. When he came of age, he, enlisted in the service at Guardia and begged his friend Glenn to come along, who eventually did. And Glenn served as a squire under Cyrus. They had years of adventures, and including a battle with the Frog King, which yielded the retrieval of the Hero's Badge, which is a kind of a magic sigil that shows one's true strength, and would allow the owner to wield the Great Blade, the Masamune. So Glenn would eventually come to meet and befriend Queen Lean, who's he considered her his most important thing. His service was to protect the queen at all costs. So later on, Cyrus with Glenn in tow kind of set off to retrieve the legendary blade, which they eventually did get their hands on. Then they go to fight the Fiend Lord Magus there, armed with the legendary weapon that would get the job done against Magus. It was pretty much the only way to defeat him. So Cyrus and Magus have this confrontation on a high cliff where Glenn tried to kind of stay out of the fight. But, he was present to witness what happened, where Cyrus charges at Magus, who just basically, with the snap of a finger, just blows him back with his magic, which shatters the Masamune into pieces and wounds Cyrus, to the point, fatally wounds Cyrus, where he begs his best friend to run. Eventually, I think it was Ozzy's great idea, would be to, the best thing we can do to this guy is to just turn him into a frog and just let him live his life like that, which is awful. So Glenn sequestered himself, gave himself the name Frog, never went back to the kingdom again, and never explained what happened to Cyrus to anyone. It was a mystery what had happened to his best friend, and he had sequestered himself for years until the queen came under trouble. And we kind of, this is where we meet up with Frog. Chrono Trigger is a time-traveling game, and we go back to the Middle Ages, 600 AD to be exact. And this is where we kind of get in a mix-up with one of your characters who's a descendant of the queen that Frog has sworn to protect. And in this incident, where the queen goes missing, kind of pulls Frog out of hiding. gets him motivated to go out. And then, when Marl, who's your character, who's a descendant of the Queen and kind of spitting image, is found, in Truce Canyon and mistaken for the Queen, Frog continues his investigation, and they arrive at the cathedral where we meet up with Frog for the first time, and he becomes your companion through the first, through that first mission, and will eventually, kind of come back to your party. But Intro's like a really, really, really cool character in the Chrono Trigger universe, like arguably like some of people's absolute favorite character, which is why we've got Frog on the list here. Throughout the game, we kind of continue to flash back to get more and more backstory on Frog. Frog, is pivotal in this game, and just a really cool companion in general. He never leaves my party. I don't know about you guys, but
No.
if I can Frog, I do.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, several different endings for Frog too, which is neat. So if you choose to kill Magus, Frog will be shown in his human form at the end of the game. So killing Magus is the only way for Frog to break the curse. But if you decide to spare Magus, Magus is basically the most powerful party member. So I think a lot of people opt to spare Magus. But in that incident, Frog is trapped as a frog forever at the end, so it's kind of like a trade-off there. There's also a third scenario. I don't know if anyone's ever seen this one, where if
I guarantee I have. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so if you miss Magus altogether, you get this ending where Frog and Magus do battle.
Oh yeah, you're talking about something different than I was thinking about.
Yeah, so and what's neat is that ending kind of leaves the victor ambiguous. I don't know if have you seen that ending?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay,
it shows the tower, and then I assumed it was Frog standing on top of the tower, with his cape waving in the wind. But I guess it's so small you don't really know for sure. But
yeah, you don't know. They leave that victor ambiguous to me. That could be either one of them. They both have a cape, right?
He doesn't seem to have much problem taking out, Slash, Flea, or Ozzy. Getting to the Magus though.
Yeah,
by himself.
Anyway, yeah. Play Chrono Trigger. Don't let Frog leave your party. Anyone else?
The ending I thought that you were gonna mention is a really weird ending, where Brad kind of alluded to it, but Queen Leene and Frog have this very special relationship. So even though Queen Leene is married to the king, it's very clear that Frog has feelings for Queen Leene, and she also has apparent feelings for Glenn and or Frog. Frog's saved her several times, and obviously is part of the party that saves her when she's kidnapped, when the party first go back in time. Right. There is an ending where Frog marries the queen, and then when Luca, Chrono, and Marl come back to the present, Marl finds that she's actually changed into a part frog person, and she starts croaking. And then you go back to the palace, and the king's like, "Oh, look what I just found! It's an old film reel from 300 years ago. Let's watch it." And you watch the wedding of Frog and Queen Leene, and Marl's like, "Oh my God, no!"
Stuck with Frog DNA now.
It's so good.
I'm not sure I remember that one. I may never have turned that one up.
It's a joke ending, obviously, but that's cool. No, Frog has one of the absolute best scenes in the game, I think, which is after you get the Masamune back, you give it to him, and you're like, "All right, it's time to take on Magus. We got to get to his castle," and he just slices through that cliff, to open things up.
Yeah,
I know people really like the animated version, but I think that the original version just holds up just as well, and it's still just as cool.
So the animated version made it into our top franchises we want back, top 10 episode, I think, right? So I was thinking we got to find a different cutscene to put into the intro for this one, but
already got one.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Brad's on the job now.
Frog's hilarious too because he doesn't jive at all with technology. He like just doesn't understand it, and so there's a lot of scenes throughout the game where he's just trying to figure out what is this, and Luke and Frog just, I mean, they get along fine, but he's all Mr. Nightman, you know, ye old knight, and he talks like that, and he just doesn't understand technology at all, which I think is hilarious.
Nice. Good job, guys. I guess I just would quickly just, it's a little bit of a callback to our last episode, just shout out Akira Toriyama, you know, just...
oh, yeah.
I mean...
Good call.
One of the best character designs of all time.
Another one of his
from one of the greatest. So, you know, again, thankful to him for creating characters like Frog for us. And Chrono Trigger, yeah, it's if we do like a if we were to add up all of the like games that have made it into our top 10, Chrono Trigger, I think this is its third showing now in our top 10.
Robots,
so
right?
We got robots, franchises, and now animal companions. Again, I'm not sure Frog would love to be called an animal companion, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was kind of debatable, because he's technically a person that just got cursed.
Yeah.
Right.
So...
Yeah.
But he's a frog. I mean, he's a frog in your party.
He's an amazing character. He's an amazing
great
companion,
character.
So I will never argue that.
He got his human story in Chrono Cross, but he's fine.
Right. There you go. Do you want to talk about Chrono Cross, Zach?
No.
Yes, you do.
No,
Don't lie.
Glenn's amazing in Chrono Cross, but we don't need to talk about it.
All right, fair enough.
Yes, yeah. We've got our number 5 pick to talk about right now. At number 5.
Number 5.
We have Agro from Shadow of the Colossus. Zach, are you ready to break our hearts?
I mean, I might be. This is yeah. So we talked about one amazing horse companion already with your horse in
Horse and Wells. I think you have to refer to him as
in Horse and Wells. Yes, sure. With Horse and Wells from Red Dead, and we have another horse entry here with Agro. In the world of Shadow of the Colossus, it's very lonely. The only thing is you, a bunch of giant colossi, and Agro.
And a comatose girl.
Yeah, and a comatose girl who she's comatose. She's not doing anything for you.
She sits up once in a dream.
But Agro is your faithful companion who helps guide you throughout the world and gets you to where you need to go. With that, Agro actually has a couple different kind of variations that you can have on him. Something that I don't think I realized until her. Sorry, yes, her. I don't think I had realized this until I started researching it a bit more. But you have the black one, which is the standard one that everyone gets at the beginning of the game. There's also a brown one that you get at the end of, after you've beaten the game. I think there's a white one too. I wasn't exactly sure how that one happens. But there is also a special version of Agro that you can get, but only if you have ICO save data on your memory card when you start a new game.
That's so cool.
So if you have that on there, then instead of it being like the diamond that's on his forehead, it actually is the ICO like eye symbol that they use. Cool. That goes on the forehead instead, which is just a neat nod to another amazing game from this producer. And neat that they brought that forward. With Agro, one thing I will say is probably one of the things I love the most about Shadow of the Colossus is how wonky the controls feel, and especially when you're doing Colossi, but even with Agro, it feels like you're having to kind of fight against the horse a lot of the time, which actually I think helps kind of build immersion, because riding a horse is not that easy. It's a lot of correction and recorrection to get the horse to go where you want it to go, especially if you're riding around with giant colossi trying to stomp on you. As you're
Well,
doing
and he's
this.
riding bareback the whole time too, which
Yeah, that's also
is
true.
really difficult. So,
Yeah. With that, he's a faithful companion who takes you through. I think there's 5 of the colossi that you actually have to use aggro to. Is it 4? 3? Is it only 3?
3, yeah.
That you have to
Colossae
use
9,
aggro.
10, and 13.
This is
yes.
Encyclopedia OS up here.
To,
Sorry, I had that locked and loaded. I might as well use it. So
Yeah. You actually have to use them to help you even get on the colossi to do anything. And in those instances, he can get hit by the colossi, which when this does happen, you actually see he actually kind of limps off for a little bit, and then he starts feeling better and he'll run back because you're probably going to get knocked off and have to go get on him again. He's with you the entire time that you're going through all these colossi until you get to the final one. As you are crossing the bridge to get to the final colossi, the bridge collapses. And he kind of bucks you off of him a bit to make sure that you get there. And you see Agro fall. And with that, your only companion that you've had through this journey, other than the comatose girl, I'm not going to include her, is you see it falling, and it hits so hard because it's like, well, now I'm truly alone. It's just me and one giant colossi. That's it. And you push forward to go finish up the game. And as you finish, you do get transported back to the temple. And with that, you actually get a nice kind of reprieve because Agro does come kind of stumbling back up to you. Luckily, she does not die, but she does get injured from the fall. But still, that kind of shock as you lose the only companion, the only thing that's really been there with you the entire time in this empty world, just hits extremely hard in the amazing game that is Shadow of the Colossus. It doesn't have a lot of words to it, but just tells through environmental storytelling so well. And yeah, it just hits really hard.
I think that part of the reason that it's so poignant is not only is Agro your only companion in this world, it's also the fact of what you're doing in this world. You are committing a taboo, like a serious taboo, by going to this forbidden place and reawakening this dark god by slaying these colossi. Like this is heavy stuff that Wander is doing. And the only person that's on your side at all through all of this is Agro. And to have Agro essentially die, you're right,
Yeah.
Agro comes back at the end. But at that point where you're playing, you don't know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
It seemed very unlikely that a horse would ever survive a fall like that. He does fall into water and everything like that, but it is a long fall. And it just punches you in the stomach. It's rough. It's rough. Really rough. Yeah. But great horse. Absolutely awesome companion for sure.
I think it's just I've been pronouncing it the wrong way, by the way, my entire life. Is it Eco? Is it Team Eco or is it Ico? Is it Ico? No. Nobody
I thought
knows
it was
for
Ico.
sure. Okay.
I don't know.
Zach pronounced it as Ico. I've always called it Team Eco. I'm going to continue to do Eco since y'all don't know definitively. So if I'm right, it sounds like
Shadow of the Colossus. So
well, they've always unapologetically done things that are unconventional in games, and to have this, like you've already said, this world that is so desolate and lonely, and you imagine trying to go through this whole game completely alone, and it's almost unbearable to think about. So having Agro there is just, it is your connection. And honestly, it was a little bit unintended. I was reading about this where at the end they really did want you to have this companionship with the comatose girl that we can't even remember her name, but everybody experienced that companionship with Agro instead. It was a little bit of a surprise to them how many people found that relationship to be more meaningful in the end. And it's actually the basis for what went into their decision to create The Last Guardian later on, was because of, like, they wanted to kind of expand upon that animal companionship aspect of what people experience with Agro. So that's one of the reasons why we even got that game. So I thought that was interesting. And yes, I mean, it's just such a great, I mean, it's like Artax to me, you know, like that's your friend. That's you're on an adventure together. You're doing this thing together, and then to lose him in that way, it's kind of like a similar moment to losing Artax and the never-ending story. So that's just like I think I brought that up on the show a couple of times. That's like a very horrifying moment in my childhood that I went through that, like, it just has always stuck with me as being like one of the most
for most children that saw that movie. Probably,
it's one of the most gut-wrenching moments of all time. And so every time I think about like loss and losing an animal, like that's what I think about. So anyway,
who would do that? Like, why did they even put that in that movie? Like, this is a kids movie. What are they trying to traumatize kids?
Yes, it was traumatic. It's I think it's still like the most amount of loss I've ever felt in my life.
Damn.
Woof.
Probably just shows how fortunate I am. But
fair enough.
I digress.
Yeah. All right, anybody have anything else to say about the Never-Ending Story or Shadow of the Colossus?
I don't think so.
If not, then we'll move on to number 4.
Number 4.
At number 4, we have Epona from the Legend of Zelda series. Classic horse, classic animal companion. Brad, what do you love about Epona?
What do I love about Epona? Epona, I think, is our first video game horse that we could mount and shoot arrows from, right? In 3D?
Oh, you mean in general? I thought you meant on this list. I was like,
No,
you've gone through a few others.
No, I'm not saying that.
You mean like in video games? I mean, there's got to be others, right?
First video game horse that you could shoot from, like in a 3D space. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we get our first glimpse of.
When does Sunset Riders come out?
Time, right? Yeah, but that's not a like a 3D game. That's like
so you're saying in 3D?
Relaxing. I'm talking about in a 3D space with wide open pasture.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
hopping on a horse and flying out there, right? So we get our first glimpse of Epona ever in Ocarina of Time on the title screen, right?
Yeah.
Link rides in on Epona, and we'd never seen Link on a horse before, and it was
awesome.
Like, really exciting, you know, like to see it in Nintendo Power and be like, you know, this is what we have to look forward to. Kind of cool, you know. So we first encounter Epona as a little baby horse there when you're a child Link at Lon Lon Ranch. If you try to interact with Epona at all, it just will like run in circles around you and just like never let you until you chat with Malin, who is the ranch hand there at Lon Lon Ranch and Epona's original handler. She teaches you Epona's song. So once it's something she would sing to the horse to akin to a lullaby, where the horse would know that you know, this was someone who you could trust. So she teaches Link the Epona's song, and after you jump forward in time, Link finds Epona 7 years later there at Lon Lon Ranch, kind of stranded there. You know, things have kind of taken a turn at the ranch, and Ingo's in charge now, like the creepy, like other ranch hand, and he plans to present Epona to Ganondorf as a gift. You know, but the horse is just super stubborn, you know, just like we learned, you know, as child Link, doesn't want to cooperate with anyone. Obviously, Ingo doesn't know Epona's song. Ingo decides, you know, to challenge Link to a race. And once you best Ingo, you can claim the horse for yourself. But he doesn't let you out of the gate. He closes and locks the gate and says you can keep the horse, but it's not going anywhere. So you've got your first kind of iconic Link and Epona moment when you charge the fence and leap over into the field. And from there, that's it. It's just, you've got a horse now. You can, it helps you get around faster. Epona, like I said, you can shoot arrows from Epona. Very, very cool. Just, I think like something we'd never done before. We may take like something like this for granted now, kind of car combat or, firing arrows or a gun from a horse has been done in, so many games now. But like I said, I think this might be the original one as far as like a 3D space.
I think so.
So pretty cool. We pick up Epona. Epona's in a bunch of Zelda games: Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild. You can pick up Epona in Tears of the Kingdom if you had her in the previous game. But
you have the amiibo for that, though, right?
I think so. I think you might be right. Yeah, that's an amiibo horse. Anyway, you in Majora's Mask, Epona kind of plays a role right in the beginning when you're confronted by the Skull Kid, and Link falls off the horse, and the Skull Kid jumps on and just takes off with your horse and all your gear, and that's like at the very beginning of the game, you end up losing track of Epona, and then once you kind of fall down underground, you kind of forget about Epona, and there's this like kind of cool like moment when like later on you regain Epona. You find that Epona is just kind of you chained up there at Romani Ranch. It's kind of like like how the hell did this horse end up here? But like you're super stoked to see her. As far as like video game horses go, like you may see a little more kind of bonding between Link and
Max
Epona.
Animal Companions.
This is like the most perfect timing. They're
Yeah.
literally they're like, are you guys talking about animal companions? Like, why don't you stop doing that and come play with me?
I think
Sorry,
you
Brad.
probably no, you're good. That's great. I love it. Good moment. But I think as far as like the companionship is concerned, Twilight Princess probably highlights like the most of that. As a 64-bit horse, Epona serves her purpose, but not, a whole lot more than just kind of getting you around and stuff. But you do see the bond a little more in Twilight Princess. And again, like Zach said, Epona's a amiibo in Breath of the Wild, so you don't even really need to like pick her up. So, if you those faithful to Twilight Princess are probably the biggest Epona fans out there, and probably why we ended up seeing Epona on the list.
This is for you, Jonah.
Yeah,
This is
you.
Yeah.
To be fair, this is an iconic and legendary video game horse, and happy that it made the list.
Yeah.
First
for sure.
video game horse I can even think of. Like if I think of a video game
Right.
horse, it's the one that comes to mind every
Sure.
single time.
I even think, and other people might not agree with this, but even just the other horses in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are kind of like an extension of this. Even if like you're, it's not technically Epona, like it's kind of the same thing. It's like you're getting around, you're bonding. It's just a great horse. It's just, it was definitely very cool to have in 3D back in the day too, something like different to kind of control,
Hell yeah.
and it was just so well done. Like, it felt like you were riding a horse around, which, like you said, it wasn't something we had really done before, so it was really cool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Super exciting.
great horse amongst many
All
good
right.
video game horses.
Yeah, we got 3 horses on the list so far. A lot of horses.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on to our number 3 pick, not a horse.
Number 3.
And number 3, we've got, or is it? Number 3, we've got Trico from The Last Guardian. I don't know, Hunter, is Trico a horse?
I don't know what Trico is. Trico is like every animal mixed together into one animal companion. I think in a lot of ways Trico is a lot of different animals, because you're gonna, for some reason, whichever animal that you relate to as your companion is almost like what comes out in that creature, right? Like, I see this thing as a dog. Like, it always acted like a dog to me. Like, the things I loved about Trico was like very dog-like. So the whole time I was playing, despite the feathers and, you know, like not wanting to get into water and other cat behaviors, I kind of like ignored that and just like felt like I was with a dog, because there's a lot of that.
Sure.
So yeah, Trico, the cat bird dog. So this is definitely the most attached I've ever been to a video game animal companion. I'm gonna like try not to like just comb through all like the nitty gritty like elements of the game and like things that happen, and kind of try and keep it a little bit higher level. I think Team Eco, as we've already discussed earlier, they just do emotional connection better than just about anybody, especially when it comes to these kind of relationships. And I'm telling you, like, you play through this game, Trico is like an actual pet. It's like what having an actual dog or a pet is like. I mean, sometimes you love them and everything is just flawless and you just are bonding. And sometimes pets can be like really frustrating. Like, this is an extremely intentionally frustrating animal. Like, they've designed it to be frustrating. Like, it does not respond to everything you do. Like, you can sit there like speaking your little weird made up language to the thing, and it's like, I cannot get this thing to do what I want, you know. But that is an animal. Like, I get really frustrated at my dog Hank because I can't get him to freaking come inside, you know. I'm like, I have to leave for 4 hours, come inside, you know. And he's like, no, I'm gonna go under the shed. I'm like, all right, well, you're under the shed today, you know. Like, it's like that's like the way certain like dogs and pets behave, and that can be frustrating, but it's also like kind of why you love them. They have their own personalities. And, you know, there are other times where like they just make you scratch your head and laugh at them and smile. Like, Zach's dog's just literally wandered into the middle of his podcast with a toy in his mouth. Like, just like, you're just like, what is this? And so just like any new pet, like Trico is extraordinarily hard to kind of control at first, you know. And that's on top of the fact that your in-game video character is like this gangly, uncoordinated boy that's also hard to control. So it's like the controls in this game, I think, rightfully kind of frustrated some people who maybe like weren't ready for that, or maybe didn't understand like what they were going after, I think. But I think that some of that frustration was intentional. At one point, Trico eats you, and that's a bit jarring. I haven't had that happen from a pet, but, you know, you're okay. Spit you back out. Well, the thing about this animal companion is that after you've spent hours and hours and hours together, you just build this amazing bond where you completely rely on one another. And it's just such a beautiful thing. You feel this insanely strong connection, and you like are both working towards this like goal of basically escaping from this kind of place that you've ended up in. And as you're progressing and you're feeling this bond strengthen, all of a sudden it occurs to you like, oh my god, I'm playing a Team Eco game. They're about to destroy me, aren't they? Right? That's what's going to happen here. And there's just no way this is a non-emotional like ending to this game. And I'm not going to spoil the very end, but I'm going to kind of spoil a little bit towards the end here. So I'm sorry for that, but I'm going to kind of keep it general. There's this moment at the end, like before the very end, that absolutely broke me. And it wasn't a sad one, and that kind of surprised me. It wasn't a a sad moment. It was really quite the opposite. It was this moment that like transported me back to being like a boy with my dog, like my favorite animal on earth. And you know, that's your best friend. Like Trico is your best friend in this game, and it's just the two of you, and you're alone, and there's the sunset, and you're on top of this tower. You're literally on top of the world, and you're looking back down literally on all that you've done together, all that you've accomplished. You can see basically all of the stuff you've been kind of climbing up, and it's a really beautiful moment where like nothing is really happening. You're just there with Trico, and you know that the moment is fleeting, you know, but you like cherish it, and you're at peace together like at that moment. And it's just, I mean, for me, it was like guaranteed to make me ugly cry. Like I was bawling at that moment. It was such a touching video game moment. And to me, that's like what having an animal companion in real life feels like. It felt like that in the game. And it's my favorite. It's number 3 on this list, but it's my favorite animal companion of all time. So that's my take on that's my take on Trico. It's just I understand why some people like were kind of turned off by that game, but if you can battle through some of like the jankiness and like just video gamey stuff, like you really do find this like bond. And it's just such a realistic animal. I mean, it acts like a freaking animal. It's crazy. There's moments in that you just go like, yeah, my dog does that, or my cat does that. Like, it's crazy. Anybody have thoughts on Trico? I mean,
I was one of the people that got turned off by the game just because it was really frustrating.
Yeah.
I played probably maybe 4 hours. I think that it was amazing what they did with Trico in terms of his behaviors and just the general way that he acted. I can totally see what you're saying, like that he acts like an animal acts.
Yeah.
He's not just he's not there to use as a tool for the player.
Right.
He is there, you know, to assist the player. But he has a mind of his own, and he's gonna go off and, you know, go sniff around in the corner for a while and like ignore you for, you know, while you're whistling at him or whatever. So absolutely amazing accomplishment with that game. I have thought about going back to that game numerous times. Caden, our friend of the show, Caden, host of the GGD podcast, made an amazing pitch for that game to me that really cemented that at some point I probably do need to go back and I need to try again, because he told me some stuff that just sounds absolutely insane that happens in that game, which I'd really love to see at some point. But
I encourage you to, and all I'll say is that there is a point where like you kind of do get over that control hump where like, you know, your connection is better and it just seems like the Trico is responding to you more, and you're just like stuff starts to like flow a lot easier. And there is definitely a hump you have to get over to get to that point.
Yeah, someday.
Yeah, have y'all played it? Zach, did you ever play that game? It kind of is hard to believe that game exists sometimes. I mean, that was just from a historical standpoint. You know, they started development of that game, I think, like basically right at the beginning of like the PlayStation 3.
Yep.
And it came out like in 2016? Like,
yeah, 2015, because I remember EZA was putting that up against The Witcher 3 as their game of the year.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, it was in development for a long time though, for sure. I remember when they announced that it was actually like finished and actually coming. That was like the Silk Song of its time, you know.
Seriously. I mean, even more. Let's hope Silk Song isn't that long.
God, please no. Anyway, awesome. Well, thank you, Hunter, for telling us the joys of Trico. Now we'll be moving on to our number 2 spot.
Number 2.
Hey, boy. What are you doing out here all by yourself? You seem like an okay guy. Okay, then. Let's stick together.
At number 2, we've got Dogmeat from Fallout 4. All comes back to Fallout.
A lot of Fallout this episode.
Yeah, a lot of Fallout. But that's fine. I love Fallout. There are different permutations of Dogmeat throughout the Fallout series. There is a Dogmeat in every single mainline Fallout game, with the exception of New Vegas. But New Vegas has Rex, which is basically Dogmeat with a different name.
Mm-hmm.
But there's Dogmeat in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. They're actually the same dog in Fallout 1 and 2. There's a new Dogmeat in Fallout 3, and there's a new Dogmeat in Fallout 4. We're going to be talking about the Fallout 4 Dogmeat in this instance, just because I think it's probably maybe the most relevant Dogmeat.
Yeah,
it's the most recent Dogmeat. But also just because it's a great Dogmeat.
Mm-hmm.
You first meet Dogmeat kind of as you just start the game. He's kind of the first companion you could possibly run across. As you exit the area that you start in, you go across the bridge, and right in front of you is the Red Rocket truck stop. And it's hard to miss because it's a big red rocket sign. It stands out very, very clearly and distinctly from anything else that's around you. So it just kind of draws you in. And as you walk up to it, Dogmeat's like comes around the corner, sniffing around the corner, and you walk up to him, and he's like, "Hey boy, how you doing? You know, what are you doing out here?" And he just kind of instantly takes to you and joins you. If you should happen to skip that point for some reason, for some like a crazy person, and decide to move on with the game and not ever go to the Red Rocket truck stop, you will run into Dogmeat again because he's part of the main campaign. He's actually a pretty pivotal part of several of the story chapters, kind of at the end of the first section of the game, where he uses his nose to help track some characters that you're looking for. He kind of leads you to some characters that you're trying to track down. But Dogmeat is a great companion. Dogmeat is loyal to a fault. You know, the Fallout series is a series where you are in a bad place. The Wasteland is a bad place, and it leaves opportunities for a lot of bad stuff to happen. You can be the hero, and you can try to take the high road, but it's very easy to have to do things that you probably wouldn't normally do if you weren't in that situation. And you can do some pretty bad stuff in the Fallout series. A lot of your other companions in Fallout will judge you for your actions. But you know what? Dogmeat will never, ever judge you. He's by your side no matter what. And he doesn't turn away. He won't leave you just because you choose to be a cannibal or you choose to murder a group of settlers or rob people or do whatever other nasty stuff you can do. Not saying that you should do those things, but you can do those things. And he's always by your side. He's trusty in a fight. He could take down enemies. He's a pack mule. You can load him up with stuff. Just help, so you're running around, you pick up everything as you're running through Fallout. Yeah. And it's really easy to get over encumbered, and then you just walk like a snail. But you can throw all that crap on Dogmeat instead. He'll carry it for you, no problem. Mm-hmm. He finds treasure for you. He'll sniff out goodies and point you in the right direction. If there's enemies around, you'll usually know about it because Dogmeat will start growling and sounding aggressive and kind of run in their direction, kind of point them out for you. So he's a really, really handy companion. And there's something so iconic about being a lone wanderer on this journey and having your trusty dog by your side. It's why the trailer for Fallout 4 is meeting Dog and saying, "Come on, boy, let's go." And, just having them two like walking off into the sunset together. You don't see Nick Valentine and the Wanderer, as great as Nick Valentine is, you don't see them walking off into the sunset together in the trailer. It's the main character and Dogmeat. Mm-hmm. And he's just like the quintessential best boy.
He's such a good boy. The best of best awesome. Boys.
Anybody else have thoughts on Dogmeat?
I have a few things to add. I guess. I think you touched on a lot of the stuff that I was going to bring up. Like he takes commands, and I like that if you kind of lose him, like you can always go find him. Like he's like hanging out back at like one of the dog houses usually. What's the name of that first area you're in with like Preston and them? Sorry,
Concord?
It's not Concord. It's like right up the road from that. I'm sorry, the name's escaping me. The little town that you originally lived in. Anyway, he's like
right, okay.
He's in one of those dog houses up there. Some other weird little things about him. He's randomly immune to radiation for some reason. I don't know that there's even like a lore reason for that. But he is immune to that. I like that you pointed out, like, he actually has, like, the companions have the affinity stat, which is what you were describing, like, where, like, you build up affinity, and, like, so you have to, like, do things that companions like, and if they dislike things, it affects your affinity stat. Like, Dogmeat straight up maxed out affinity the first time you meet him. Like, he just loves you unconditionally, as you said. And when you describe the Lone Wanderer thing, just interesting game mechanics with that. Like, it's the only companion that you can have where you can put on the Lone Wanderer perk, which is a perk that you get if you, like, basically wander around alone. Like, you get, like, more damage, you get better carrying weight. There's, like, a lot of things that go into doing the Lone Wanderer playthrough, but you can have Dogmeat and still apply that perk, which is really, really cool way to play that game. Then also, it's the only companion you get that has its own specific perk built in to like the selection. So it has the attack dog perk, so you can actually upgrade it to where it can hold somebody, or if you upgrade it again, it can cripple. And if you upgrade it to the max, he can cause bleed. Like, he can basically like take people's like arms and legs off in combat, which is really, really awesome. And I love the fact that for no reason other than just to make him like the best boy, like a more handsome boy, you can put on like collars and bandanas and like dog armor if you want that,
Armor him up.
Just to make sure, it's funny, just to make sure that I didn't leave anything out with this one, I did, I consulted Dan briefly. I was like, I just want to make sure that if there's anything that you don't want me to leave out about Dogmeat, if he happens to make the list, what do you want me to say? And then he wrote like a 3-page essay about it, and I was like, dude, I'm not reading all of that. I was like, just give me like the bullet point version. He was like, just say, make sure you mention that you can pet him. I was like, I will mention that. I do want to read.
Pet the dog.
In his essay, he had a little thing right at the end that I think I really like, that I do want to read from Dan, and then I'll close it out at that. So he says, this is from Dan Giesland, our friend, who's a big Fallout fan, big Dogmeat fan. He came up earlier in the show. We were talking about Fallout and Dogmeat, but he says, Dogmeat is through and through just a dog, with no additional powers or exceptional abilities to require him to be magical, the recipient of that special video game sauce that makes any animal something more than just an animal. Dogmeat is just a dog, and that's what makes him special. So when you embark into the wasteland again someday, take your best friend, Dogmeat. And he's just so right. It's just a dog that hangs out with you. Like, it goes in and out of buildings, occasionally getting stuck on doors or aluminum cans, but, he's just your dog. He hangs out. It's awesome.
Absolutely. What else needs to be said? Just a dog. Just a good dog.
It's a good dog.
I gotta
go,
Hunter. With that Fallout Dogmeat deck, is that yours or is it Holden's?
That actually is going to Andrew, because Andrew's birthday is in a couple of days, and because Holden is into Magic, he's kind of like roped Andrew in to play with when like his other friends aren't around, or when they are around and they're playing multiple like decks at the same time. And so Andrew doesn't have his own like kind of deck built, so I consulted with Holden about what he thinks he would like, and Andrew loves like animals. Like, he loves like all these stuffed animals. He loves our dogs a ton. So like Dogmeat was like the obvious like deck to get him. So yeah, that's going to him in a couple of days for his birthday. kind of excited to give it to him.
Just a quick fact on the Fallout TV show. There is not a dog named Dogmeat, but there is a very clear, like German
Dogmeat.
Shepherd-esque dog.
It's Dogmeat.
It's Dogmeat.
It's basically Dogmeat. His name is like X23R or something like that in the subtitles.
I was thinking that's kind of interesting. You're saying that he's Dogmeat's immune to radiation. They do I think it's pretty spoiler. They do a lot of testing on the dogs in that show, and I'm wondering if that had something to do with it.
Could be, yeah. Interesting stuff.
Go watch
All right, well, we're going to move on to our number one pick. What's it going to be, folks? What's it going to be? At number one.
Number 1.
We have Yoshi from the Super Mario Brothers series. So we want to do the noise.
Yes, you got to do it.
Do the noise.
Yoshi!
Good
I've been
one,
dropping
man.
the hint
Alright.
the whole time.
Wes is good at that.
Mm-hmm.
Brad,
That's good.
tell us about Yoshi.
Yoshi
What's awesome about
is
Yoshi. I almost said Roshi.
Yoshi.
That's the right character.
Yoshi is Mario's trusty steed with the gluttonous appetite, man. I mean, if you play video games, if you've heard of video games, you've heard of Yoshi at this point, right? I mean, he's everywhere. Yoshi debuted in Super Mario World, just like Epona, in another Shigeru Miyamoto game. We're introduced to this character right there on the title screen, right? The first thing, I think most of us, when we bought our Super Nintendos, we slapped that cartridge in and slid that little bar up, right? And, it opens up to basically an on-screen demonstration of how Yoshi works, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoshi can be ridden. Yoshi can attack and inhale enemies by lashing out with its tongue. It can swallow turtle shells to acquire different powers. It can spit fireballs. Yoshi can do a ton of stuff. Very, very cool. And again, Yoshi was such a big hit when Super Mario World came out that if anyone's ever played the sequel to Super Mario World 2 is Yoshi's Island, which is essentially the very first Yoshi game.
Yeah, it's funny because everybody just calls that Yoshi's Island,
Yeah.
Like you don't even say the
yeah.
Super Mario Brothers 2 in there.
Yeah, Super Mario World 2 was Yoshi's Island, which is, basically started the entire Yoshi spin-off series. Yoshi, you can find him in the Mario Party games, Paper Mario games, Mario Kart, all the sports games. I think he's a featured character, right? Mario Golf, Mario Tennis,
Mario
Super
RPG.
Sluggers. Mario RPG,
Yes.
Strikers, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, Smash Brothers, right? Mario and Rabbids. I mean, Yoshi is all over the place.
Even has his own standalone too, which Knight really likes. The Yoshi's Craft World is a
Yep.
very fun.
Yeah,
my-
the Yoshi series.
my
is
Woolly
There it is,
World,
right
amiibo.
there.
I got the pink one. Woolly World is fantastic, by the way, and so was Crafted World. Gracie was the perfect age to just totally adore that game. It's absolutely adorable, loaded and oozing with charm. Those games are so much damn fun. Anyway, Shigeru Miyamoto had conceptualized this character for the very first Super Mario Brothers game. I don't know if anyone knows
I did
that.
not know that.
Yeah, he wanted a dinosaur companion with Mario because a similar character had actually been featured in Miyamoto's previous game, Devil World. There's a green lizard character that can hatch eggs and eat enemies with its large mouth, and strangely enough, the two make the same sound when they emerge from the egg. That little,
okay.
the Yoshi emerging from the egg is actually a throwback to Miyamoto's 1984 release in Devil World.
Interesting.
I didn't know.
So,
That's awesome.
but like due to technical limitations, they couldn't do it in the first Super Mario, and then they were really close to getting it in Super Mario 3. We almost had that character in Super Mario 3. But finally, with the power limitations kind of lifted when the Super Nintendo came out, Miyamoto could finally have his the lizard companion and steed that he always wanted, and we got Yoshi. Yoshi's a lot of fun. Yoshi comes in a ton of different colors, and based on what color it is, it can do different things. So if blue Yoshi eats a green shell, it can fly. If yellow Yoshi eats a green shell, it kind of stomps the ground and makes these like puffs and like shakes the whole screen up. And if a red one eats a shell, then it can spit fireballs. But then you can mix and match, right? So if a blue Yoshi eats a red shell, it can fly and it can spit fireballs. I always thought that was like super neat about Yoshi. Yoshi beyond its release has been gigantic. It was featured in the Super Mario World cartoons, all over the place, all over cereal boxes, all over t-shirts, all over kids' shoes. I mean, you can't go anywhere without seeing Yoshi. It's one of Nintendo's like main characters. Also, a bit of trivia here because I love this stuff. Featured in Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes as a little figure there on Otacon's desk. You can actually shoot at it.
I had
and
forgotten
it'll make the little Yoshi noise. Also in Snake Eater 3D is the same for 3DS. Featured as art on the wall in Link's Awakening, as a collectible doll in Ocarina of Time, and on frame photos. Is the main character in Tetris Attack.
Is that the same as Yoshi's Cookie?
No,
that's
it's a different game entirely.
That's a puzzle game, right?
Right. Yoshi has a
It's
puzzle.
like Dr. Mario.
You beat me to it.
Sorry.
Also featured in the 1993 Super Mario Brothers movie, and is perhaps the most terrifying thing.
That's definitely the scariest version of Yoshi.
Yes. Absolutely terrifying.
That whole movie is kind of terrifying.
Talk about a movie to traumatize you as
Another
a child.
scar, yeah. We'll make a whole list of like top 10 movies that scar children.
Yeah. Anyway, as far as the companion, super fun to play with. Provides an extra 1 hit point for Mario, right? We can all take that extra hit thanks to Yoshi, and
drop him off a cliff to
the best sacrifice.
Exactly. And even after like all that Yoshi does for you, in the very most desperate situation, can just be a springboard off of his back right into a pit and might just save your life.
If that's just not companionship, I don't know what is,
I don't
He would die for you to get just to the top of a flag for a couple of extra points.
Salute to Yoshi for your service.
I got a quick bone to pick with Yoshi real quick. It's not
Jesus,
necessarily
we got
with
some Yoshi slander. I don't know if we're gonna have this.
It's not with Yoshi himself, right? It's what Nintendo's doing with Yoshi. I love that Baby Yoshi was a thing in Super Mario World, right? Mm-hmm. And you have to like eat a certain amount of enemies to like grow Yoshi up. And then they just abandoned that, right? There is no more Baby Yoshi. What happened to Baby Yoshi? Baby Yoshi was cool.
You know who wasn't cool was Baby Mario.
Baby Mario.
I hate Baby Mario.
Everybody hates Baby Mario. I mean, Yoshi put up with that fucking baby. Like, so, that's how how much love Yoshi has for Mario as a companion. Because, like, anybody else would have killed that baby and not rescued it.
Yoshi's a saint.
And I'll tell you what, Mario's no great guy either. Because if you notice in Super Mario World, they changed it thereafter. Mario slugs Yoshi in the back of the head.
Yeah.
He
So
just slips right
The
away.
eyes bug out, and like when the tongue flies out, like he's actually popping this thing in the back of the head to get it to do stuff.
Yeah.
Later on, they changed it to like a pointed finger where he's just kind of like commanding Yoshi to do things. But in that first game, like he clearly winds up and puts some stank on it.
He like Yoshi punches him. Right.
Exactly. It's like a donkey punch, but for your Yoshi.
I'm just now
Horrible.
actually remembering, and I'm honestly I'm sorry for this because it's gonna have to include a picture for the people who are watching this. But I actually went as Yoshi for Halloween one year, and my son Holden, who was I think like 5 or 6 at the time, was Mario. And I put him on my shoulders, and we went around the neighborhood for
cool.
Halloween, and
That's amazing.
he had a little
love
like. But the problem was that I didn't realize at the time I put the Yoshi costume on, which was basically just a green spandex suit, you know, with like with the hood that came over my head with a little like shell backpack. But like, I mean, it left nothing to the imagination. Okay, my entire
I remember
silhouette,
it now.
my entire silhouette was like everybody knew what was happening, you know. And we went with those costumes on to the Children's Museum that day, and I'm lucky I didn't get arrested, I think.
It's like the Jack Black Bowser costume.
Yeah.
yeah.
Everyone can see your Yoshi.
They had to
memes.
blur out on TV.
I should have honestly like put it on or something. I actually have it still hanging up in the closet in there.
We'll pass.
There we go. If Hunter has to do the
No.
thing, you just throw it as Yoshi.
Put on my Yoshi. Maybe if I lose one, you can totally make me put the Yoshi thing on. It'd be hilarious. I'm just not promising I'm going to stand up. You know.
Please don't. Anyway, Yoshi, iconic, one of the original video game animal companions, and definitely deserving to be near the top, if not number one on our list. So, hats off to you. Thanks for everyone who voted for Yoshi. We got Yoshi, according to my little tally calculations, my Brad math, Yoshi buried the needle.
Yeah.
All right.
I think so.
Right.
I don't have it up in front of me, but
Got a good 10 more votes than
Yoshi was
Dogmeat
the
did.
definitive number one. Yeah.
Right, that's what I mean. The far and away winner, like, smoked the competition here.
Yeah.
So we've got some Yoshi fans among us.
My buddy who I was telling him was number one was like, "Is Yoshi an animal?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? Of course Yoshi's an animal. Yoshi's a dinosaur, right? That's what the Yoshi is." Right. Okay.
Right.
Just
Yep.
making sure.
Yeah.
He was like, "I'm not sure that's a dinosaur." I was like, "What are you talking about, dude?
It's a dinosaur.
It lays eggs. Of course it's an animal."
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the Gaiden Top 10. As usual, we'll recap things really quickly. At number 10, we have Morgana from Persona 5, Go to Bed. Number 9, Sassy Bird Kazooie from Banjo-Kazooie. Number 8, Horse Nuts from Red Dead Redemption 2. At number 7, Red 13 from Final Fantasy 7, Do the Moonwalk. At number 6, we've got Cursed Boy Frog from Chrono Trigger. At number 5, we've got Agro from The Neverending Story / Shadow of the Colossus. At number 4, we've got the first 3D horse, Epona, from the Legend of Zelda series. At number 3, we've got the catbird, Trico, that doesn't listen to you, from The Last Guardian. Number 2, we've got the best boy, Dogmeat, from Fallout 4. And number 1, we've got Yoshi from Super Mario Brothers.
I feel like you could win a competition with that. That's really something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So was yeah. Well, I might have to pull it out later, just depending on how things go on this show. At the end of the show, you never know, might come back. Anyway, that's gonna be the end of this month's Gaiden Top 10. But before we go, we need to announce what we're doing next month, and I'm going to leave that honor to Mr. Brad Russell. He has something very exciting that he is very excited to talk about.
Well, I mean, listen, we've been wanting to do a music topic for a while. Video game music is, as everyone knows, near and dear to my heart. And we've been trying to kind of figure out how to like do this, right? Because like it's tough. You could go a lot of different directions with this one. So we decided to go with top 10 video game original soundtracks. So to kind of clarify that a little bit, we're not looking for games loaded with licensed music soundtracks. Like a Grand Theft Auto game is a great example. Not that a game can't contain maybe a licensed track or two to be considered, but we're really looking for games that have like an original soundtrack, something recorded for the game, that isn't licensed. And, I'll just be, flat out with you. Like if we just included a ton of games that had a bunch of licensed music, we wouldn't have a podcast next month. So
yeah, we can't put that on there.
Right. So we've got to kind of stick it to games with, like I said, original soundtracks. There's a bazillion to choose from out there. I'm sure as you're hearing me mention the topic, you've probably got a couple names coming to your mind already. So incredibly excited to kind of drag out the, our favorite video game soundtracks and nominate them, vote on them, see what, goes to the top. I assume I'm going to get, a certain number of ones that are my favorite to hit this list, but I'm also really excited about maybe discovering some new soundtracks. There are some hidden gems. Maybe we can dig something up. So we thought that'd be fun for May. And, we'll start nominations shortly after this drops. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah,
I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. As you are nominating stuff, if you have a link to specific songs on the soundtrack that you like,
I'm so excited for that.
Link it on the top 10 channel.
Why not?
So that everybody can hear what you enjoy and why you think it deserves to be there.
Yeah, that's so unique for us with this one.
Turn it into a big listening party, like that would be a lot of fun.
God, I can't wait for that because I know there's going to be a lot of stuff I don't know about or haven't listened to before, and it's just going to be like it's going to be awesome in there. So I'm excited.
Again,
that's exactly what I was going to say. So I don't need to say anything.
Another one of our kind of broad sweeping topics here. Like this is just kind of a big one. So we hope you participate. We want to hear. Send us your jams.
One more thing too before we move on, because I just want to say them. I just want to list them off. There was a few animal companions I just want to give a real quick shout out to that were very close to making in the top 10 that didn't. Dog from Fable 2, Rush from Mega Man, Sparks from Spyro, and Roach were all right on the outside of our top 10 looking in. So just wanted to kind of mention them in case people were like, oh, I thought they'd be on there. Those were very close.
All excellent animal companions as well. All right. Well, with that, we're going to end this segment and we'll take a quick break and be right back with Indies Nuts. Yeah, welcome back. Before we jump into Indies Nuts, I'd just like to do some quick housekeeping. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our patrons, starting with Pucho, Dakota Falk, Dan Giesland, aka Aviator Gamer, Anche, and brand new patron Randall Reborn. Thank you, Randall, for jumping in and supporting us.
Thanks to all you guys.
Thank you.
Awesome.
If you guys like what we do and you want to support us monetarily, you can do so on Patreon. Just look for the Great Game Debate and you'll find us. And whether you do Patreon or not, we would love to have you come join our Discord. We do everything for this show on the Discord. We take our nominations there. We have discussions there. We do personal top fives there. This whole show, how it's put together and how it runs, goes off Discord. And we would love to have you come join us, hang out with us, talk with us over there. We have a lot of fun over there. We were talking about the Level Up channel earlier on the show. We've got that going on. We've got all sorts of other stuff we talk about there. Anime, what you're playing right now, shows that you're watching, stuff that you're reading. It's a great place to come and hang out and meet some new people. Everybody's friendly and we all have a good time there. So come join the Discord. Check that out. If you like the show so far, you've stuck with us through this long, lengthy top 10 countdown on Animal Companions. We would love it if you're watching on YouTube. Just give us a like and maybe a subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. That would be awesome. And if you could share us with a friend, that would be great too. We want to get in as many ears as possible, and the best way to do that is word of mouth. And if you like what we're doing and you have other friends that listen to video game podcasts and enjoy video games, we'd love for them to hear us too. So yeah, that would be awesome. Anyway, with that said, we'll jump back into Indies Nuts. This month, we've got a real banger. a real banger. This was Zach's pick. It's Small Saga, which I can't wait to jump into this. This is the part of the show that I've been looking forward to most since I finished this game, even more so than the top 10. Zach, why don't you start us off with the discussion on Small Saga? Tell us what this game is.
All right. So, do you like the story? For those listening, if you liked Redwall as a kid growing up, where you're reading about varmints and rodents getting into fights with swords and it's like medieval style, this is the game for you. This game is all based around rodentia, like the concept of there is this kind of royalty and the civilization of rodents living underneath or within London that has this whole hierarchy going with a monarchy and political items going, or things going on behind the scenes, but also having classic turn-based combat like you would get from your old school JRPGs, and just a absolute banger of a cast. All of the characters in this game are unique and fun, have their own things going for them. No one outstays their welcome. They're all just chiming in with their fun little anecdotes and little tidbits coming in and giving you history of what's going on within Rodentia and like what's going on in kind of the human world a little bit too, because there are humans here. They are just living underneath London, basically. Game starts you out with your character, Verm, as kind of a like, I'd say he's probably about a teenager is what we're seeing here, like a younger character. It's probably like what I think of being like 14 maybe. He's got these big hopes and he's like, I'm gonna go do great things. I want to be like my hero, Swordmaster Leo, or Sir Leo. And so him and his, like, I'm blanking on whether I think it's his brother.
Brother.
Brother Lance. Yeah. Are they go into the sewers and they're going to go find food for their community. They're going up to like a food store, like with like a grocery store to go find this food. And as they're traveling through, they run into a couple kind of ruffians who you end up taking out.
Bree and Stilton. Yeah, these are important characters.
They are. Bree and Stilton, your cheesemongers over here.
Oh, yeah.
And then they also had, I should have taken notes on this. They were working for, was it Vol?
Saba.
Yeah.
The giant rat with the pocket knife.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
who wielded a god weapon. Which
this is
Swiss
where
Army
I fell
knife.
in love with this game. This is the moment, like, where I knew I was like, this game rules.
Just before we even get into, like, because it's going to get mentioned so many times, but like, human beings are the gods. So every time somebody mentions gods, like a god weapon, like, so this is a Swiss Army knife. It's a Swiss Army knife, basically, is the god weapon, you know.
Right. All the stuff that they find out is like, oh, this is god trash.
Yeah, god stuff.
This is the God Forge, and it's like a Bunsen burner. Or
oh my god,
like
that was my favorite one. Yes, the
so
Forge
good.
was the most one.
Yeah, so we're in modern times, but like this particular, group of rodents is stuck in their medieval period.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly.
But right, and things kind of, human things kind of amaze them and like mystify them. So, you've got that whole like mythical kind of RPG trope going on, but it's all like perfectly explainable and like incredibly fucking funny every time it happens.
By the way, like,
it's so good.
It's so good.
And God!
You're talking about this food store. You remember what that was called?
No, I don't.
Heaven.
Oh, right.
It was heaven.
Yeah, we have to go to heaven.
I think that's really interesting. Yeah, because it comes back
It's
later.
mirrored at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
To steal from the gods in heaven.
Yeah, you're in heaven.
Exactly. Just
So
food as far as the eye can see, right?
The Lance and Verm, they're like going underneath, like through the sewers to like sneak up into this like market or store.
The
basically,
Under
where all
River.
this food is.
The sewer is the Under River. It's a great name for that too.
Yeah. they do make their way to the store. After they get in, they're making their way over to the food. They run into a few preset mouse traps, like your classic ones that you would see where it's got the hinge and it's going to come over and snap down on the mouse, which I was getting. So you have to walk through that to not get caught in it.
And Lance is like the, sorry to interrupt, but like Lance is like the older brother, so he's like trying to like, he's got more experience. He's trying to like inform Verm. Verm is like the main character of the game, and he's like, okay, no, you got to be careful about this. You know, don't get too close. We're not here for anything. We're here for some seeds. And he's like, why just seeds? He's like, because that's all we need. We don't want to piss off the gods. You know, we're just taking these seeds. But he's very much like, you know, it's clear that he and Verm have like a super special relationship. Like he's basically probably raised Verm.
Just for
and it's just kind of like father figure almost.
Yeah.
I just think it's like, while we're gonna like go through and discuss all this too, just for anybody who's like listening to this, hasn't played or seen this game, just like, you want to like describe maybe the art style of this a little bit, like what would you guys like, just kind of like almost like a graphic novel, like hand drawn. It's got a really
like comic book, but graphic novel really hits that spot. That's exactly how I would.
Right, like it's got a really great kind of like illustrated looking, like,
well, still kind of looking like 16 or 32 bit.
It was still pixel art.
Still pixel art,
but more like I remember, like good like PC games from back in the 90s. You know, kind of. Seriously,
but very, very well done. I mean, everything is just drawn and animated perfectly that I saw. It's like all the environments look great. Just very, very good looking game.
Yeah, very clean. Really nice aesthetic. Oh my god, we'll get into the soundtrack for sure.
People are hearing it now. If you're, you know, it's remarkable.
It's a bunch of bangers.
Yeah. So there's
as good as this game is, it doesn't like deserve. Like it does deserve it, but like it just. How could you? Like how dare you have a soundtrack this good?
It's so good.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So they're making their way. They find these seeds and they're making their way out, right? Back to get out, and all of a sudden this like gas starts floating in, and Lance, Verm's brother, knows exactly what's going on. He's like, we gotta go now. We gotta get out. Let's go. Move the seeds. And they're trying to get out, and then all of a sudden you see this door in the background like swing open, and there's this giant standing in the doorway in this yellow hazmat suit.
Yeah, the exterminator.
The exterminator.
Yep.
Yeah, and Verm's Lance tries to make time for Verm to escape. So he like runs, because Verm ends up getting like caught in a mousetrap.
Mousetrap, yeah.
By his tail.
Just gruesome. By the way.
So Lance runs up on a shelf and he's got a bow and arrow. And so he's like, bing, bing, shooting this exterminator, god in the face, and it's doing 0 damage, like nothing.
Yeah, they refer to him as the yellow god.
And you just see the face just like turn to him, and this big hand just comes up and just
grabs your brother.
20, 50,
and then he starts
80.
He just starts squeezing, and you just like, oh my god, he just does like 700 damage on this character that's got like 40 HP.
No, it was like 50. It was like 50 now. They didn't have much at all in that first. It was tiny.
Very traumatic. I mean, you watch your brother die and you're trapped there.
Yep.
And then you got to get away, and you're stuck in this mousetrap. So you actually have to start actively
attacking yourself.
You actually have to be pressing the button to attack your own tail. You're actively sawing off your own tail, which is just
so good.
It's gruesome. It's very dramatic.
And I think
that's gut-wrenching.
I think at that point it fades out, basically, right?
Yeah, you kind of move
it fades
forward
out. You see the tail get removed, and then it fades out, and you get the cut forward in time.
And everything is kind of positioned against seasons. Yeah. So like I don't remember what the first season was, but it was like, this is spring, and then it moves on to the next season.
It started as the spring. Yeah, it went spring to winter, right? Pretty sure that's the way it went.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
For sure.
I think so.
And then it shows Verm, and he arrives in what's the town's name where he arrives?
You're talking about Crandell?
Crandell.
Yeah.
So he like jumps to this mail slot in this house, and he's walking and he's like walking through this house,
armed with the weapon that
He's
like
got
he
the-
left behind.
He's got
and
he's
takes
got a god
pocket
weapon.
knife.
Because
yeah,
just
this
beat
is where we
Saga.
first see him.
Yeah.
You know, in his like vagabond like form. You encounter Tiger, right? The cat. Like that's like your first. Like that's like your
Titan.
first knife fight on your own is
Felidae, as they call them in these.
Tiger.
Well, and there's clear.
Yeah,
this-
it's Tiger. But
It's
they noted they called them Titans.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
right,
large
right, right.
creatures they called Titans.
So it's very
anyway,
clear,
you-
though, in this time period, like that's past, like Verm has undergone a serious transformation in terms of his skill, like his ability
And his
confidence,
psyche.
Psyche,
as
like
well.
everything is just
He's-
like he's very. I mean, he's a vagabond. Like he's angry and confident, and I mean cocky. But he's also very skilled, much more skilled than he was when you left him with his brother. So
Yeah, it's worth noting that this game and this character specifically has a lot of very clear ties and homages to the anime Berserk, as well as Vinland Saga.
okay,
I haven't watched much of Vinland Saga yet, but yes, definitely Berserk. I
So-
saw that.
So Verm is a berserker. Berserker is his class.
he does
And,
go literally berserk,
That's
and
his ability.
Right.
is
One of
to
his
go
abilities
berserk.
is berserk. So when you go into battle, he always has something that he like immediately that he yells at the enemy. And it's
That's
always
the
something
best
unique.
quotes.
And it's always something different.
Mhm.
Yeah,
every
it's-
enemy was different.
It's really, really good. I love it. So yeah, he takes on Tiger, but you don't really get to see them fight. You don't get to see him tussle.
He's like
Because then it-
ejected.
Tiger-
And it shifts to the
Yes.
outside, and you meet the second playable character, Siobhan, who I had to look up how to say that name
Siobhan.
because
yeah,
I
it was
wasn't.
not how I had it in my head. I was like Sayabon,
Nope, Siobhan. That's right.
Siobhan.
I-
Okay,
Siobhan, and Verm just gets like ejected through.
Yeah, just
Mail,
Like
he gets shot out the mail
the-
slot, doesn't he?
onto his face. So good.
Which is great.
That's where you meet Siobhan, right? For
yeah,
the
and
first
she's
time, like
she's like the princess of this mole town, Crambell. And she's obsessed with God tech. She's like collects it all, and she's got this secret
She's like a
room
god tech nerd.
where
Yeah,
she's
with-
got all this stuff back in
game
there.
dude.
Yeah, she's got a Game Dude. It's like a Game Boy, but it's
That's
called
like
a
a
Game
Game Boy
Dude.
parody.
she's
Did
like
that,
the
she had, like an old Nokia phone. Like
You
the old
guys found
Nokia
the
bricks.
batteries, right?
Mm-hmm.
For that thing.
I did not find batteries. for
No,
that.
wait,
Oh
what?
my god!
There's
you guys
a
kidding
game
me?
you can play on the Game Dude.
I missed that.
It's got a whole like
Oh,
8-minute Metroidvania
man.
game on there.
I feel like I must have missed a few things in this game because I ended up with stuff in my inventory. I was like, what am I even supposed to do with some of this? So I'm sure
What
this
was
is
that?
not the first time this is gonna. I mean, the last time this is gonna come up with me missing something.
Yeah, Joji's Journey. I recorded my whole playthrough, so you can see the whole thing play out. It's actually pretty excellent.
It's like he plays like a little
You-
frog or something, don't you?
you beat it, right? You
Yeah, I
beat
beat
the
it.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's like 8 minutes long. It took me 8 minutes to get through
I-
that
Yeah, that's about
the whole
right.
thing. So
I did
it
like
was
her little nook
very
back
fun.
there. That was like the small Saga.
Cell phone, like the
little,
old Nokia.
it's like a little mermaid, you know, like just collecting stuff from like the world above, like little knickknacks, like the Tamagotchi and.
That was
Yeah.
the thing. Just a little kind of a brief history on where I heard about this game. I found out about this game through a random TikTok at some point last year before it came out, and there was a demo. That I played the demo, and that moment where you go into her little nook
Uh huh.
was what got me into wanting to play this game when it came out.
Oh wow.
Because it's just like they're just gonna do a bunch of homages to all of us nerds out here, and it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And
Yeah.
Real good.
it
So
looks amazing.
so the Crambell is like being kind of oppressed by Tiger the cat, and everybody's like scared. And so Siobhan's trying to get Verm to help her take on Tiger and kind of save the town. And the mom isn't hearing any of it. She's like, no, this is not what we need to be focusing on. This is not your issue. Just focus on being a prim, proper princess.
Yeah,
And
this goes against like the way we go about business here. Like, we don't make a stir around here.
And somehow she like convinces Verm to help her out. And Verm's kind of a prick, to be honest. Like at the beginning of the game, like he's been emotionally scarred, and he doesn't want to care about anybody else at this point.
He has one focus and one focus only, and that's his mission. Right. He wants. You get this very clear. I think we didn't say this already, but after it goes through the kind of time skip to where we see Verm as he is now, we very quickly come to the realization that the only thing Verm wants is to kill the Yellow God. He is only out for revenge. Yeah. So everything he does is pushed forward by this urge to get revenge, and he's looking for information on the Yellow God. And Siobhan says, we don't have anything here on him, but I can help. I can potentially help you get to the capital, or I can get you in the right way to the capital, and they may have information in their great library on the Yellow God. So that's why he agrees to help her, is because she says she'll take him there or help him get information.
Yeah. So you take on Tiger, you beat his ass, and
burn him. You burn his ass because Siobhan gets a god weapon too. She picks up a Bic lighter.
Yeah, she has a Bic lighter.
Yeah, that's her god weapon. I
love how you can charge it, right? Everyone loves that, right? How you can charge the thing and then just totally blast someone into oblivion.
The god weapons in this game were probably my favorite part, outside of maybe the music. Just like every new one, I was like, oh my god, this is so great. Like, and I don't want to jump ahead. I don't think we can probably continue to like go. This is a fairly long game, so I don't think we're gonna be able to everything. But like, there are times where you end up with like fighting with like a Lego brick, right? Like that's just amazing. Like all of like the little things, like and there's we'll get to another character later on that has like a weapon that I just absolutely love, the glaive.
Yo, that same scene that you're talking about with the Lego, there's that fight, right, in like the Coliseum
on the car.
On the cars.
Yeah.
So like when you're in the battle, like shit's whizzing by like real fast, right? Yeah. Like you're moving, right?
It's going like this,
and then it pulls out and it's going like
it's
like so slow. I love it so much. Like just shit like that.
There's a lot of that.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
that's a great scene.
Yeah.
So Siobhan ends up joining your party because she gets in a big fight with her mom, and her mom disagrees that she like did what she did, and she basically gets exiled from the kingdom.
Yeah.
So then, as you're leaving, you end up finding a pigeon in a trash can, who's stuck in a trash can.
Which was described as a raven, by the way, for a long
Dizzy?
Dizzy.
Yeah.
Described as a raven, and then it's just like this like shitty like London pigeon.
Yeah, just a dusty like garbage.
He's like a cabbie. He's like there just to shuttle you around. You jump in a basket and he like ends up flying you around London on this overworld map, which was really cool.
The overworld map. This was, by the way, and maybe there was some other clues, but I was very proud of myself. Probably not for good reason, but as soon as we got to the overworld map, that's when I realized we were in London. Like, because I was like, oh, that's River Thames. I know this river. And then, like, I even, like, pulled up a map on Google, and I was, like, looking at them together, and I was like, they definitely used this map to make this map. Like, this is the same. It, like, looks the same. I'll probably even put them in the, in the B-roll down here just to show, like, these maps together. But the over map was awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah. So then you go to the capital of Rodentia. I don't remember the name of the capital. Merida, yeah. And you meet your next party member. They won't let you inside the city.
Whoa. Slow down. You skipped right over Thomas, like the Monty Python-ass guard.
Like guard. Yes, like the Wizard of Oz, Thomas,
So fucking
like just
good.
popping his head out. Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to pace ourselves so that we could get through this discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many small, minute details that we could like hit. That I mean, you're right, Brad. I mean, they're
He's so great though.
And then he gets like super
that one in
pissed when you go
particular,
behind his back later, and he just like
totally,
hates you
like-
for the rest of the game.
It's like, why would I even
Yeah, he
bother you?
gets
You're,
so
now,
mad
you're just
at
gonna
you.
go around anyway. You get barred from going in through the main gate though, and that is when you meet your next
Bruce.
friend, Bruce, the traveling troubadour bard squirrel with his pencil flute.
Yeah,
I love
super
his-
gay.
I love his mask.
His
that he
mask
wears.
is amazing. He's Scottish. He's like, he's Scottish. He's
I
like a
think he's
Scottish,
Scottish,
especially
yeah.
Scottish red squirrel.
Scottish Reds.
And he says, "No, let's just go over here. There's a shortcut. It'll get you right into the city." And they go into these pipes, and you fight some bugs.
No,
and
he
things in the
says
pipes.
no, because he says he's like, we're like, well, what are we gonna see? And
Hey,
he's like,
we
oh,
got
there's
some
just
wee bugs over
there's
here.
just some bugs. It's just some bugs.
Some wee bugs. Maybe we could squash those wee bugs.
And then you run into
No
a
problem.
fucking octopus.
You open up. So
Kraken.
What the hell do you call that? I call that a wee bug.
Yeah.
They have to clear some fat or grease from the pipes. They have to open up the pipes and let water run through. And when they do it, every time they do it, they get some quip from this thing behind the wall that's like, "Oh, the tasty morsels are coming my way," or something. I can't remember exactly what the Kraken says.
It says like a poem or something, doesn't it?
Oh, that's right.
Like
It does a poem. But they continue to get through this, and they finally get to the end, and it's just a freaking octopus pops out. You have to fight an octopus.
Yeah.
Just in the middle of the London sewer, there's just an octopus hanging out.
I think that's just the
Octopus is
coolest thing though, is
amazing.
that this game is just chock full of crap like that. Of just like every corner you turn is like another thing that just like puts a smile on your face, and it's just awesome. So,
Yeah.
You make your way through, and you get into Merida, and you start exploring around a bit. There's a what you'd expect in like the big city in a game. There's a
There's
market.
a lot
you
of
can go buy
fun
things.
stuff in there.
There's so much fun stuff.
Yeah.
Little quests and things to do. Funny little things that are just happening.
You love the one that lives in the shoe.
yes,
Yeah.
I love that.
It kind of just pops out of the shoe.
Did anybody go to the coffee shop and
went to
order?
the-
Oh
coffee?
yeah.
Yes,
I got
yes, I did.
coffee.
Absolutely. 100%.
Totally.
And did you order it with normal milk?
Yes.
What was the other
That was
option?
so funny.
Yeah.
No, there was like a
But-
bunch of options.
That line was great. You're like, what kind of milk do you want? You're like, cow's milk, normal milk. And the coffee shop owner's like, what are you, some kind of a sicko? She's like, there's nothing normal about drinking titty milk. It's like, here you go. Here's your perv coffee, your perv espresso, you perv.
So weird. Where would like rodents even get cow's milk from?
Sure, this game makes a lot of commentary on like some things that are kind of maybe divisive, but takes kind of a firm stance on some things, which was kind of cool too. I really kind of enjoyed like
There
some
was
messages
a
in this game.
ton. I mean, okay, so like this was a major point for me. Was like while we're talking about these playful things. I mean, this game unabashedly went into some
It went for it.
really heavy themes. I mean, we were talking about. We had like gay rodents, we had asexual rodents, we had rodents dealing with parental acceptance, we had grief, we had racism, religion, slavery, ableism, wealth inequality,
Fascism.
anti-vaxxers. Like there was one rodent that was like a cringe, like debate me type. Like that's
Yep.
like they had
What
like
was
the whole
guy in the
gamut.
basement?
Oh, the guy, later on when
Yeah.
that was
What a cool
crazy.
conversation.
When you
Yeah.
get down back into the prison, when you go back,
Yeah.
oh my god, yeah, that was insane.
Anton is his name, I think, right? Anton.
Yeah, Anton.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
No, Anton
bit,
is
but-
Anton was Bruce's boyfriend.
Yeah, Anton was
Oh,
his
you're right.
boyfriend.
You're right. It's something with an A, though. I think. Anyway.
Yeah, I can't remember his name though.
So
but that was-
I guess I just say
Yeah.
that to point out that like as we're going through all these like things that were awesome and fun and playful and stuff, and a lot of it was very tongue in cheek. Like they were diving
They went
into
for
some
it.
deep
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, they were not afraid to just be like, we are going this direction, and I thought that was really awesome. I love that kind of like bravery, and it never felt like forced in any way, like not even one time. Like it all felt like it fit into the story well, and like it was part of like who a character was here or there. You know, that was awesome. Like there was a whole section, like the ableism stuff, like really I thought was fantastic. You know, because we'll get into it like a little bit later, but it really fit into like one character's backstory. To like have like some level of disability and like talking about like prosthetics, and it's like holy hell, like we're having a really great conversation here, like about whether or not like not all disabled people want certain prosthetics, and that's totally okay. And I was like, this is crazy how in depth this is going and how meaningful this conversation is. So I thought it was great.
Yeah, really.
Getting back to the story, Bruce takes his leave of you, and he goes to meet his. I'm trying to remember what Anton is. What is Anton? A gerbil?
Anton is. He may have been. Not sure either. I think he may have been a gerbil.
Yeah, I think it's a gerbil or a hamster, maybe. Yeah. They go to meet in like a seedy bar, and they're trying to.
Did you go to the bar before Bruce gets there?
Twisted Tales.
No, I didn't do that.
You can go in there and you can talk to Anton before, and he's like, I'm just waiting on someone here. You could go on by, be by yourself, or be like, do your own thing. Also, you can sit there and listen to the
coffee,
the performer like play his songs.
I listened.
I sat there and listened through all of them. They were so good.
All three of them are going to be in the soundtrack for this segment. So
yeah,
wow.
They have to be.
But Bruce and Anton are putting together a heist. They're going to the ancestral, what's it called? Sky Garden? They're going to Sky Garden,
right?
To pull off a heist, which is Bruce's ancestral home, which was taken over by, he's a red squirrel, it was taken over by the gray squirrels, and the red squirrels were driven out of their ancestral home, and it's now being overseen by, what was the character's name? The king squirrel that you have to...
I was going to say it was like Josh or...
Josh,
yeah Duke Josh.
With
the vape.
Yeah. So funny. I didn't know what that was at first. I was like, what is he holding? And then he like sucked on it. I was like, I was like, oh, yeah, there it is. Got it.
This is important to go through because, quite honestly, this introduces yet another character in your party. They go in and they're going to try to steal this like special stone for some reason. And the squib stone, I think.
The pebble of Squin. They enlist this guy Pocket at the Twisted Tales. So they're gonna head into they're gonna get a head in, and like Anton and
Bruce.
Anton and Bruce are going to distract people with song and dance while Pocket sneaks into the treasury and steals the pebble. That's kind of their plan. And Pocket kind of just legendarily blows it, like at the very end, like just couldn't kind of help himself. Like they were like home free. Yeah, they were like home free, and he just sabotages the whole stupid thing and then dives out the window and vanishes.
And then there's a what did you guys think of the QTE stuff? Because you have to put on the show and you have to do QTE. Did you have any trouble with that, or was it?
No.
I don't think. Yeah, they didn't seem like they were trying to make that challenging. I mean, that's kind of it. Kind of falls into the same realm to me as like a lot of the combat did. Like like the combat was fun, like and enjoyable to get through, and there was some depth to it, but it was never like challenging. I just felt there wasn't challenging except for one time for me, but like for the most part, it was just kind of, something to do, like some way to like kind of interact with the game and kind of choose. Well, that was not like choosing, but it didn't feel like it was supposed to be hard. I mean, it was just up, down, left, right. I mean, it gave you a ton of time.
I didn't have trouble with it either. I'm just curious how you guys felt about it.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to go back and replay it and see like what would happen if you purposefully fail it.
Yeah, I never do that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I usually do that kind of thing.
So they ended up getting busted because Pocket like outs him, and then they
answers the guard's question.
Yeah, he does. As he's like
Out the window. The answer is this, and jumps out the window.
He's trying to remember the name of a song, and then like as he's jumping out the window, he's like, "Oh, that song is this," and he's like, "Who was that?" Yeah, that guard, by the way.
They get thrown in prison.
Dungeon, yeah. And don't you love how they're like fucking, like it's all like a padlock sitting there that he's chained to.
Yes, like an actual
Gwen down there is just like,
yeah.
But turns out, you know,
Bruce gets shoved in this, and they make it sound really bad, like you're gonna get put in with the dragon. Well, we'll put you in with the dragon, and the dragon turns out to be this white rat,
white lab rat
named Gwen. And Gwen is chained up to this padlock, and Gwen tasks you. She's like, "All right, we're getting out." Like basically as soon as you get in, he's like, "What? Already? We're making a break?" He's like, "Yeah, let's go. But first, I got to know if I can trust you. So you got to get the key and unlock this for me. So you got to go through this stealth section with Bruce to get the key." And you get the key, and you bring it back, and Gwen's already like free, and you're like, "What the hell? Like, why did you make me do that?" She's like, "I gotta know if I can trust you. I gotta know if you're reliable."
I love like even
like,
before.
"Well, how did you even get free?" And she's like, "Oh, I got a fake leg."
Yeah, that was like where that whole conversation came. I love too when he's like, "How are we gonna get out of this?" And she's like, "Well, just push it open." It's like, that's not gonna work. He's like, "Where?" He's like, "What the?" You just like walk out the door. It's a hilarious.
Yeah.
You go.
And at the same time that they're making a jailbreak, then Verm and Siobhan are flying to Sky Garden to go try to meet with Duke Josh to get some information about the Yellow God, I guess.
Right.
And so.
But no, they were going to go find. They were told to go find the. What was their name? It was like a seer. It was like the.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
And so they were going there, and they were going to try and see how to get to there, and that's where they're going to go see Duke Josh.
Yeah, and Duke Josh had this retainer, this Blade Master.
Lamia.
Blade Master Lamia, who was a stoat.
Stoat, yeah.
And it's like a ferret, kind of.
Amazing character.
God. And
that
it
character
lived.
was awesome. It did live.
It was just there to like eat other characters, basically.
Give me a sequel with this psycho.
But I feel like we didn't get to it. Maybe we just skipped over a little bit. But one of my favorite things in the entire game is during that prison break for Gwen and Bruce, where as you make your way around, Gwen's like, "I need to go get my weapon. Let's go get yours too, so we can get out of here."
The glaive.
Yeah. They get into the glaive. They get the storage room, and they go find her glaive, which is just a scalpel.
Yeah, it's just a scalpel.
Like a doctor's scalpel. Amazing god weapon there. But if you walk around and look at the other things in the room, there is a what would you call it? A CD magazine?
Squeak! Oh my god, Squeak fucking had me rolling. I was dying laughing. I cannot believe that they put that in this game. It was so funny.
They open it up, and on one page they have like what's definitely supposed to be an attractive female mouse, and then an attractive male mouse. And then Gwen turns to Bruce and goes, "Which one do you like?" Bruce is like, "Oh, that one on the right," looking at the guy. And she's like, "Oh, cool. I'm not really into either." And they just go, but yeah, died. I mean,
the drawings, the person who did those drawings, bless them. I mean, it's a freaking mouse nudie mag is what it was. Like, this game, by the way, like, if you look at it, it's got like somewhat of a kind of a cutesy vibe, but it doesn't hold back from some mature content. I mean, I think at one point the stoat gets called like a lanky twat, right? Like, this is the level of humor you're dealing with. This is like very much like London crass humor in a lot of this game.
Oh yeah, all the dialect is very very UK, very British.
There's F-bombs. There's
That's why I called Brad the Mad Lad at the beginning of the show. It's a reverence to. Because Bruce calls Verm the Mad Lad.
Oh, okay. Nice.
But as you're, you do get that breakout, and then Firm like comes down and notices like a commotion going on, and then you end up fighting a like. They had like those robotic dogs.
It's like a robot,
shape with a sharper image. Yeah, it was like that. What do you get a sharper image like 15 years ago? This is a fight one of those, and then you kind of get like rushed out of the tree where you are. When you already said the name, and I already forgot.
Sky Garden.
Sky Garden. You get rushed out of Sky Garden, but you're making your way towards where you're trying to go to find more information out about what the Yellow God. Go ask we forgot the name of it, but the kind of like seer, the person who was going to give them more information, who just has like prophecies and such. And as you're making your way through, you get there and make your way up to the top of what is another tree. It's a completely
Ashen Tower.
The Ashen Tower.
There was
was the home of the red squirrels before the Nazis.
It was the original Sky Garden.
Right.
Original Sky Garden. Just quickly, the maze that you go through to get to that. Did you guys find the magic snake?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you one of the rooms inside of the tree had directions on how to get to all of the places.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys did that or not.
By the way, when I came across that room with those directions, I had a false sense of excitement because I thought we were going to get like some like Sabin moves, like in maybe like the combat.
Oh, okay.
Because it was like up right, and I was like, "Are we gonna get moves?" But no. Then I realized it was like the directions. But I had already. I'm such like this type of person, but I didn't even go to Sky Garden first. When I first got dropped off there, I went to the right because I was like, "This looks like the not way to go." So I went the not way, and then I like kind of figured that out on my own. I was like, "Okay, this," and you know how you do those puzzles where it's like if it. We had a similar
It's like
puzzle.
the Lost Woods of Zelda.
Lost Woods, we had that same thing in Turnip Boy, where like you had to go the right direction. Yeah, it's like one of those puzzles. And so I found the snake in that one. I was like, oh my god, I'm about to battle a snake. But then you don't battle it. It's just like a nice snake.
He's just like, tell me something that you know that I don't, and then he gives you a reward.
Yeah.
So, you go into the Ash.
Snake,
Yes, you do later. You go into the Ashen Tower, and you realize that was actually the ancestral home, the original Sky Garden, of where the Gray Squirrels came in and basically just destroyed it. Mm-hmm. And you have to fight. Duke Josh says earlier that the Oracle that you're going to try to find, he killed her like years ago. He went to go see her for some advice, and then took her out.
She gave him the prophecy that the Reds would come back and take the home or something like that.
Right, yeah, he didn't like hearing that, so he snuffed her out.
That entire ashen tree, by the way, like even going up to it and getting inside of it, like before I even got to the top, in my head, and I wrote down in my notes, I was like, I'm getting like serious, like FromSoft, like Dark Souls vibes in this, like the word ashen right away, like is very much like a Dark Souls term. And then when you get to the top, there's a freaking bonfire, and I was like, that's obvious now. Like they clearly had like a few references in this game to like Souls.
I didn't
games.
even get that. I didn't get
pick
that.
Up on
I didn't
that?
think about that either, but that's completely
it.
True. That's awesome.
100% a Souls reference. Like, and I was like, this is so cool. I it just made me all happy inside. I was like, oh, it's so nice to like get these like little Easter eggs in here. And that wasn't the only Souls one. There was one that was even better that we'll talk about later.
Yeah. So there's basically nothing in the tree, except you get to the top and you're like seeking the Oracle, and they're like, and then there's something in there. It's pitch black and you can't see. And then all of a sudden, you see this like pair of glowing eyes. And then another pair of glowing eyes, and then another pair of glowing eyes, and another pair of glowing eyes. And it's basically the Oracle was this like great owl, like a great horned owl or a snowy owl or something like that. And it's all the offspring of the owl that are still there. And you have to do this big fight against these four owls.
Yeah.
Which was cool because they all did different things. They all had different moves. Like one of them healed, and one of them like did like status effects, and another one like did like a big attack. So That was
love
pretty
that. I love the cutscene after that too. I mean, like the owl assault.
The most anime-esque cutscene in the entire
cool. That
game.
was awesome
That
because
was
well, kind of
amazing.
like
They,
before.
basically, they decide they have to go back and attack Sky Garden to take out the Duke, and they're like, "Well, we can't get in through the main entrance, and like, how are we gonna try and get there?" And they're like, "Well, I have a crazy idea."
yeah, Vern comes up with this crazy idea.
And Gwen was like, "And your crazy ideas are working, so let's do it." And they decide to hitch a ride on the back of these owls and ride their way all the way into Sky Garden and drop on the top of it. Just such a cool cutscene.
It was really cool.
It
Yeah,
should-
they
it's worth
like,
mentioning that on the top of Sky Garden they have all these like fireworks set up that
Bottle
are supposed to be
rockets,
like
right?
anti-air
They called them
cannons.
magic missiles.
Magic
Yeah,
missiles.
they call them magic missiles. Yeah.
very cool. Like we kind of also before all that takes place, don't we kind of get like an idea of like why Bruce wears the disguise, right?
Yeah, he's ashamed.
At this
of-
point, yeah, not just that, but like also like his people like aren't welcome.
They're not. No,
well,
yeah.
the
There's.
Grace- the Grace-
That's what I was saying. That was like the whole concept of racism. You know, like
Right.
the red
Totally,
squirrels
right.
are like, there's a prejudice against them. That's why he doesn't want to show himself. That's why he wears the whole get up, and
Yeah.
that's a big part of his story arc. Is like
Totally.
overcoming that, and that's a big part of it too. Is like you're actually like taking out like the source of the racism, like this group of like gray squirrels that are prejudiced.
Yeah. Again, like, really like cool like theming and like way to like just go right for the throat with this stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, but you can see how
Yeah.
that all fits into this story so well. Like again, it's not just like
Right. It's
Goody
baked
goats.
right in.
it's perfect.
Absolutely.
So the whole like raid on Sky Garden to overthrow Duke Josh ends up culminating in this battle against Blade Master Lamia that we mentioned earlier, this stoat. And it
Great
is
god weapon.
just
That
the
thing.
coolest fight.
That is a great fight.
So Lamia's god weapon that she used is a set of it's not a fork, it's a
Prongs. It's like cooking.
it's prongs. It's
Yeah,
cooking
right.
prongs, that's right.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a barbecue. It's like a barbecue fork, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like
I
once you've got this thing like almost beat, like that guard Hudson comes to his
Yeah,
aid, right?
she,
I'm here to
yeah,
help.
this guard comes to like back up Lamia.
yeah. Just
She's like,
eats that fucking
Right on
thing.
time, and you just see like the screen
Yeah.
go black, and then like the eyes just like,
Yeah, the wild eyes, like, and then just cannibalizes
and it just
her.
it just eats this guard that comes to
God,
back
it's
her up.
fucking gruesome.
Oh my gosh!
It was amazing.
So
crazy.
That was my favorite fight in the game.
Super
Personally.
cool.
I think that one was just it's just that scene where the guard comes in and she's just like gets those white eyes and just eats him like, oh my god, I knew it was coming and it was still crazy.
Right.
And you end up beating Lamia, and she basically just goes like comatose, just like knocked unconscious, but she's still like just standing there. And I think who is it? Is it Gwen that like walks up to her and just like kicks her out the window?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely who it is. Yeah, but doesn't die. Comes back to finish off
And then
the.
eats Duke Josh.
Eats
So
Duke
you end up
Josh after you
confronting
kick him
Josh
out.
on the roof, and Josh like basically is like, "I'll be back, I'll
He
be back, and
jumps
I'll get
off.
you. I'll get you, your little dog too." And like takes a dive off the top of the tree,
Right.
and ends up hurting its leg. And then Lamia like appears, and Duke Josh is like, "Lamia, I'm glad you're alive. Come on, we've got to start formulating our revenge plan." And Lamia's just like, "Nope."
It very much reminded me of when the hyenas eat Scar in The Lion King.
Yeah.
Like, we're friends. And it's like,
Your dinner.
just crazy bloodthirsty. Like, Lamia. It's such a good scene.
Yeah. So then you end up kind of like separating again from Bruce. You've liberated Sky Garden. You separate from.
Can we talk about?
goes to
Can we talk about
she's
some of the
gonna go Whitehall.
NPCs there? before we
yeah,
move
we can
away
talk
from
about Seven.
Skyguard.
You want to talk about the bat? We know you want to talk about the bat.
No, I love Mr. S, like the crazy, like conspiracy theorist guy.
yeah.
Like, right? Like, yeah, that whole like, I love that.
The whole
routine.
Charlie Day thing going on.
Totally, man. And then yeah, like he mentioned, Violet, the guitarist there, plays the
Rock and roll bat.
That was such a cool thing because like the music would just subtly change into like the
Like a
guitar.
guitar version,
like
electric
electric,
guitar version.
electric guitar, and then you're like leaving and be like back to like the pipes. You know, it was cool.
Totally, man. Yeah, I just thought I thought that area had some pretty neat NPCs.
It did.
Yeah,
it
for
really
sure.
did.
And then around just kind of some cool stuff to just like, world building stuff. A lot of fun there.
Yeah, so word gets around that you kind of took over Skyguard, and it gets back to the king and Merida, and he doesn't care much for that, really. That people are pulling these coups in his kingdom. So he kind of sends out his blade masters after the group, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of at that point, I think, when you go back that you confront Leo. Is that right?
bridge,
Yeah,
right?
so
Bridge?
Gwen goes to Whitehall, which we'll get to, I think, in a bit here too. And Bruce stays in Sky Garden.
Right. He's
And
an
Shaban and
ambassador
Verm,
now.
yeah, and Shaban and Verm go back to Meridia, and when they get to this bridge that you have to cross to get to Meridia, they run into Blade Master Leo.
Yeah.
And
He's like the
Leo,
biggest badass in the whole game.
Yeah.
Right.
He's basically like General Leo from Final Fantasy VI. If you've ever played that game, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's
Probably was.
that's kind of the vibe that I got from him. Who's just this like ultimate battle hardened,
Just
invincible
another-
character.
Yeah, right.
Another
How
cool
nasty is that move?
It was
Oh
so
my
nasty,
God.
but another good god weapon choice with he's a mouse.
The
He's
needle?
small, he's not big. It's a needle. He has
needle.
the needle.
Needle-
And
Needle knife.
knows how to use it. He ends up fighting Verm, and Verm, he basically calls out Verm and says, Verm, you don't have anything you're really fighting for. Like, you are not worthy to be, like, wielding that god weapon. And you keep trying to attack him, and he just keeps parrying you,
Yeah, you
basically.
can't get to him.
You can't hit him. And then he decides to attack and stabs Verm through the eye. Just fucking, like...
It's very violent.
Straight through his head. It's extremely violent.
And just like knocks him into the river, into the sewer.
And at that point, Shaban goes in. She's kind of under a little bit of protection because of her mom, but she ends up in the city, and she ends up going.
Well, they
to
think
work for...
they think that he like kidnapped her, right? That's like what he was accused of.
Yeah. Because the Siobhan's mom sent a letter to the king stating that
King
Verm
James.
kidnapped Siobhan, even though she actually exiled her daughter. Because she wanted to keep up appearances that, everything that wasn't wrong with her family,
Yeah. We proceed to autumn here. This is where time passes.
And at this point, Shaban has started working as kind of an understudy for a person who's known as Plague Master Aquila, who I feel like it's kind of like the scientific director of the kingdom.
He's this rat in a plague mask, basically. Reminds me a ton of the Eileen the Crow, kind of, from Bloodborne.
Yeah. I can see that for sure.
And then Shaban gets leave, and she's kind of been looking for Verm to see if he's around, and hasn't been able to find anything. But she kind of gets a little bit of leave after Plague Master says that he wants to share with her the biggest secret of the biggest weapon for the kingdom, but that wants her to be ready first before she says yes. So she's giving her time to go do a few things. So then you're in control of Shaban, and you make your way over to. No, Gwen doesn't go to Whitehall. She stays in the tree too. You make your way back over to Sky Garden, where you meet back up with Bruce and Gwen, as they've also been looking for Verm and trying to find him. And there's a few leads. So
they retrieved his weapon.
Yes, they did retrieve his weapon.
It was all like rusty and like gnarled and stuff like that.
Yeah, they found it at the riverbank.
And from there, they decide to split into 2 teams. So Siobhan and Gwen make their way to Whitehall, and Bruce goes to, I can't remember the name of it.
Vinium.
Basically, like Vinium, yeah. This is like a Roman town, is what I
Yeah, it looks like
it.
basically very much modeled off of Rome.
Yeah.
I guess we want to go through. We'll go through Whitehall first. So they're going to Whitehall to repair Verm's weapon, because they need the God Forge, like we talked about earlier, the Bunsen burner.
Yeah. Just so you know, too, like, so Whitehall is like, if you walk up and you can see it, it's literally like
animal research.
It's like a London University's Bioengineering Institute. So it's it's like a science, like it's a lab basically. So
yep.
It explains. I mean, it's one of those things you just have like instant environmental backstory. It's like, oh, Gwen is a lab rat. Like right there at that moment, you're like, Gwen is a lab rat. That explains a lot about missing body parts.
And everybody in the lab like coalesces to anything that the White God demands. And I don't remember what's the rabbit's name again?
George.
Sir George. Yeah, Sir George is like this highly pious, highly kind of devoted subject of the White God. Like whatever the White God does is perfect, no matter what the White God does, whether if that means sacrificing your life or giving a limb or whatever you want. It's all the will of the White God. So we need to just do it.
Yeah, and it's in exchange for like a great place to live and food, and like so that's why they like have agreed like to these sacrifices, as they call it. I mean, it's really heavy stuff. You're thinking about these like lab rats that are just like, I mean, this is a great place. Like we have all of our needs taken care of, but in exchange, occasionally we have to suffer and sometimes give our lives to the White God. I mean, that's heavy. That's very heavy, conceptually. That was my favorite place in the game, by the way. I liked Whitehall the best.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was cool.
You end up making your way ththrough Whitehall, meeting Mr. George, and then they get to work on the Bunsen burner to fix up Verm's weapon. Now we go over to Bruce, whose job is to try and find Verm in the Roman town. Say his name again, Hunter.
The name of the town?
Yeah.
Vinium?
Vinium. There it is. As you're going around, you hear of a gladiator in the arena who keeps winning. That is a muskrat. Was that called muskwolves?
Muskwolves, yeah.
Ghosts and muskwolves.
Isengrim? We're talking about Isengrim?
I feel like it but it felt very much like, oh, that's probably Verm, because that's what they went there thinking, is that was probably Verm fighting in the arena. But as he's wandering around, you actually find Verm in kind of the place you would least expect. He's off in like a garden where they grow mushrooms, tending to the mushrooms and just kind of keeping himself, and he's very quiet. He really doesn't even want to talk to Bruce. He's like, I'm leaving my life behind. I don't want anything to do with it.
So I'm just going to be a mushroom slave.
This is very much in parody of, I mentioned it earlier, of Vinland Saga. Because season 2 of Vinland Saga is all about the main character Thorfinn, and he's been like very violent and very like obsessed with revenge in season 1, and in season 2 he kind of sort of, I don't know, they say that he completely leaves it behind, but he basically tries to move past that and he becomes like a peaceful farmer. This is exactly what happens here. Spoilers for Vinland Saga.
And so Verm kind of shoos Bruce away, saying he doesn't want to do anything. As Bruce walks out, though, this other rodent basically claims that like he stole something, or basically just like steals Bruce because he's a red squirrel and he wants him to fight in the arena. It's
Right.
like it'll bring in the viewership.
Yeah, it's like a rare, and everybody wants to watch the red squirrel. Of course,
It's
not.
minimalist.
Yeah, and of course,
I
not
love
knowing that he is like now the active leader of Sky Garden, so it's almost like he's a bit, somewhat of like royalty at this point. They basically put like the leader into the ring unknowingly.
Yeah. And Vern gets kind of talked into... Or no, he doesn't get talked into. He wasn't going to go to the arena to go watch the fight. But then he hears that a red squirrel is going to be on this show. And he's like, oh shit, Bruce! I gotta go save his ass! And runs in
that's
there.
where he picks up the Lego brick and
Picks up the Lego.
yeah.
I was
Jumps on the car.
that car thing was so funny.
Oh
That-
god,
That whole Roman area it's like a Toys R Us, basically.
Yeah,
It's a
it
toy
was
store.
a Toys R
Yeah.
Us. Yeah, you were in a
It was a Toys
store.
R Us.
Like all of it was like
Yeah.
built out of Legos. I was personally hoping he was going to jump down and grab that Lego lightsaber off of the wall. I was like, oh my god,
Oh,
Lego
that'd be funny.
lightsabers! I was like, are we going to fight with that? Instead, he just like rips off one of the big long bricks like a blunt weapon, and that was great
Yep.
too. And so the car too, the track. So they kept describing it as like the chariot day, like it was like chariot races in the Colosseum, right? So like that was instead of chariots, it was like actually just those like.
little wind-up car.
No, it's like those electric track like cars that
Yeah,
have those
one of those
metal-
like slot car
yeah,
jobs. right?
slot cars. Yeah, that you have like the little thing like zoom, zoom, zoom. So that's what they
Uh-huh.
were. They fight. You actually have like a fight. Like it goes into the fight screen, and you're actually on the
Yeah.
cars like in motion. And like you said, it looks like you're going like 1,000 miles per hour, but you're really just going like a half a mile per hour. It's like me.
I love it.
Slow. But
I just
yeah, you
died
get-
laughing.
you get your you end up winning that fight, and then the kind of emperor or whatever of the area is like, oh well, we shouldn't have put that red squirrel in there, and gets them kind of out of the arena, and then ends up like imprisoning the rodent that got them there and put him there in the first place, and ends up giving a house to Verm, which you can go and decorate based on other things you've picked up. Which
Well, it
I don't know,
was
did y'all decorate?
It was like Animal
well,
Crossing.
didn't it belong to Quintus prior to yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jerk off.
And at that point, you do have after you've done that, I think you go.
Everybody
When-
reunites at that point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
everybody
so kind of
unites.
reunited all back in Merida, right? And then Verm is presented with his upgraded god weapon, which has been restored, like using the forge.
Gone from the green, from the
Right.
red, from the red
Yeah.
blade to the green
Yeah.
blade.
right, just
They didn't
upgraded to like it's like the same stats, but it's green now.
They
You know,
didn't,
like,
do,
whoa!
they didn't do Merida just yet because they do meet up in the new house that Verm has. Because there's a
Do
very
they? I don't
important-
remember.
Yeah, they
There's
all
a very
kind of show
important
up
detail.
Are they
there.
all there?
There's a
Okay.
very important detail there because just like how Gwyn has prosthetics,
Mhm.
Verm is missing his tail.
Oh
and-
yes, that's right.
She has
Oh,
the other
right.
two go out of the house, and you alluded this earlier, Hunter brings up to Verm saying, you have the choice. I have a prosthetic for you for your tail if you would like. You may find that it makes you feel more complete, but you do not have to have it.
Yeah, it was a
you
really,
said-
it was one of those conversations about like, not everybody feels like comfortable with those kind of things, and some people do. It just depends on the person.
Verm ends up getting that, and it gives him a dodge move when you get into combat that does become very useful. At that point, you do make your way back to Mary.
Can I make one really quick point since we just
Yeah.
got through this part? Did anybody happen to notice one of my favorite things, that the title screen changed at this point?
Mhm.
So like
Mhm, now he has a tail.
he's got the tail and the sword is
Um,
green, like on the
Yes.
title screen. I thought that was cool. Nice, just a
Maybe
little
it's
touch they didn't have to do, but
That was that. I feel like that was the biggest thing throughout this whole game, though, is that there were just little touches
There were tons
they-
of little touches. Did
Lots of
you guys saw the video I sent you, right? About the glitch?
thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, there's a
good.
fight in the game where you can actually
Correct. Yep.
you can glitch into this fight at a point where Verm is not supposed to be in the party, and you can go out of bounds and get into the fight and have Verm in the party in the fight. And I mentioned like Verm always like yells something at the beginning of the fight, and if you get in the fight with Verm where he's not supposed to be in there, he yells, "I'm not supposed to even be here."
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's like they
just-
right. And the new you'd end up there.
I did not see that.
They found the
Right
glitch in
there for
testing and said, let's just make it a part of the game.
Yep,
Yeah,
let's just make it
it's
funny.
amazing that they like even consider that. But yeah, no, there's so many small touches and that's really, I think, a huge part of what makes this game special, for sure.
Hell yeah.
But he gets the tail, and they head back to Merida. From there, they go meet at the bar and start to plan on what their next steps is. And Shaban goes back to Plague Master to go see what this weapon is, and agrees
Excalibur.
Excalibur.
to go see Excalibur. Which then the Plague Master takes
fire
her
egg.
up into the Tower of London, all
Right.
the way to the top of it.
That was in
He
Big
then-
Ben.
It's Big
Is it Big
Ben.
Ben?
Tower
Oh,
of
Big
London
Ben,
is a
yeah,
different.
that's the prison, yeah. It was
Yeah.
Big Ben, right above Parliament, and proceeds to push a button, and up comes a World War II era Nazi bomb that
Yep.
didn't explode.
Yeah.
They
Like
call it a fire egg.
Which is
Dropped
really
by the
it's really
Luftwaffe
important
during
because
the Blitz,
as-
you know?
as you go through the whole game, you can read books. Like you find books, like and
Yeah.
you can read books, and they talk a lot about the history of this kingdom and how there was this great fire, right?
Yeah.
And this great fire, like many generations ago, that burned out this whole thing, and how this great leader stepped up and kind of reformed everything. And I'm pretty sure that it really alludes to World War II when that was going on, and the Germans were bombing London.
Yes.
which is
100%.
a really
Yep.
kind of
The Blitz.
fun, kind of nod to actual history and how they pulled that
Yep.
into this fictional. That's not a word. Fictitious rodent history.
They had a
I have
lot of
a,
that in this game.
Yeah, I have a patient that was 5 years old in 1940 during the Blitz, lived in London, and he has a scar on his leg. You can't really tell what it was at one point, but I mean, when you scar up at a young age, like, you know, it kind of grows kind of funny. But he had a giant burn on his leg. Apparently, a bomb had come through the roof of his house and literally landed like a foot from his bed, just right next to him. Never went off, but like on his way
Jeez.
to like crawl around it, like it burned his leg. And like he still has the scar, but like, yeah, a fucking Luftwaffe bomb landed in his bedroom and didn't go off.
It's
You know,
nuts.
like this shit happened, you know, like, so it's like incredibly accurate. Like
yeah,
you could find a bomb at the bottom of a river, you know?
yeah. So the
Um,
whole idea here is that the king is planning on using this bomb and basically destroying a huge part of the kingdom in order to kill the Yellow God,
Right.
who is coming. They know is coming at some point to attack the kingdom. And you find out about this. Siobhan finds out about this and is like, "We can't let this happen. We can't let them murder tens of thousands of innocent civilians in the kingdom. We've got to stop them."
Yeah.
which makes it so that we get to them forming their plots, or forming the plot and getting it ready to go. Which then leads us to everyone's favorite part of an RPG. All of the extra side quests to get all the best stuff.
All the cleanup.
Yeah. There's a lot of
The
cleanup in this.
the-
There's a
the,
few
uh,
really fun ones. I
The Scissor
particularly
Maidens.
enjoyed
Was that their name?
What?
The Scissor Maidens. Do I have that name right? Remember?
That
Yeah.
one was good.
The twin
was-
sisters that share like the shears as weapons. Like you fight the Cobra in there, and I thought that was a super cool fight.
That was a really cool
I mean,
area.
I may have done
Yeah.
this just late in the game. I probably could have done it earlier, but the turtle fight for the paint.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
could do
did
that. You
That
could do
was
that a lot
hilarious. I
earlier.
did that very
That's
early.
the first thing I did.
I
yep.
did that at the end.
That was
I
a
did it again,
funny
too.
fight.
And
I only knew that you could do that earlier because I watched Brad's playthrough, and I was like, "Oh, you could do that earlier. That's fine."
You have to
The first thing I did.
fight the whole family of turtles, but like one at a time. Like, and they just keep
Yeah.
bringing in like the more nasty turtle. It's like the baby turtle, the dad turtle, and the mom turtle's the artist.
And none of your friends will
Just
help you.
for-
They're just
yeah,
like
they don't want
standing
you to
back. They're
do
like,
it.
no, you got it. You're fine.
Uh-huh.
You wanted to come here. It's your thing.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of cleanup there, and you get through all these side quests. One of them, which I didn't realize this had to happen this way. There's one where you're going around doing deliveries for this guy in the city, and you have to get out of the city. And one of them is you go take a piece of red cloth that you've had dyed over at Sky Garden over to this lady in the Roman town, and she's like, okay, well, I think it'll take me about 30 minutes to come in to get this done. Just go do stuff for a bit and come back. And I was like, there's no way it's going to be actual 30 minutes. Because I had already finished every single other side quest that there was.
Yep.
And I was like, I could just leave the town and come back. Did it? Nope. And
Yeah.
I was like, it's 30 minutes, isn't it? I put a timer on. And once 30 minutes went up, I went back to her and she's like, here you go. I was like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
Yep.
that
Actual
was.
time side quest.
I mean, okay, we have to talk a little bit about the best cleanup thing, which was going back and fighting the White God, right?
Oh,
Yeah, in Whitehall. Yep.
The
That
White
was- that
God
was
in
freaking wicked.
Whitehall was my favorite part of this game because
Yeah, super
it
cool, man.
was the first time I got my ass handed to me. Like I actually lost the first time I tried to fight this thing, and so yeah, you go back. And it's just this crazy thing. You really are these like tiny little rodents, right? And you go back there, you run into George, and George, you're like trying to convince him, you know, like to leave Whitehall, and that all of this, like he's basically, you know, like just being fooled into like believing all this stuff, and then when you're leaving, there's like this big red button on the wall. He's like, don't, like, oh, you never
press the
ever
button.
press that. He's like, somebody grazed against it once, and like the White God got really angry, and like, you know, obviously it's like the fire alarm, right? Like, so
Yeah.
you just, so then you like go over there, and it like gives you like the dialogue that's like, are you sure you want to push that? And like, and you're like, yes, and it's like, really? And it's just like, I want to push it, and it's like, beep, beep, and you set off the alarm. And then you get like this another cutscene where like it's like darkness, and all you don't ever see like the face. It's just these like hands that
Giant
just
hands.
come out of the darkness, and you have like one
One of them
hand-
with a scalpel.
yeah, one of them
Yep.
is just like an open hand, and the other one's got a scalpel. And so
Yeah,
it's-
so it like pounds or like it
There's
slashes, like so many cool like
there's separate
like,
enemies.
buried attack
Yeah.
there.
and the
yeah,
scalpel,
really awesome.
the scalpel like makes everybody bleed, and the bleed is like building up, and you got to deal with that.
Yep.
And then it like grabs one of your party members, and you got to deal with that. And I was like, this combat, like this feels like I got to think through this. I can't just go through the motions with this one. I got to figure out like what items I need to use. Which, by the way, that was the moment where I actually realized that items weren't a one-time use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I could have just been using these. I've been like saving them for like a fight like this.
You thought that peanut was a one-time peanut. I did the same thing.
Yeah, I never
I think
used any
They don't
items.
talk about that.
That's rough.
And I was like holding on to like the King's Paw. Did y'all get that one? The King's
Like
Paw.
you did, Brad, because I saw you use that. I did not get that. Though.
The King's Paw was the freaking looked like the Infinity Gauntlet.
The pastry thing.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Like, if you made- if you completed
it's like
all
a
of
cookie
the-
outside, but it's lettuce inside or whatever.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
like a weird cookie, but it like looked like the Infinity Gauntlet. I thought that was so funny. But I loved
Yeah,
that
that'd be
fight, and it felt like real challenge, and it was really cool to see this hand like it would like be like smashing all the dice, and then even
Yeah.
after you beat it, you don't really kill it, you know, like because the whole thing is
course
you
not.
can't kill the god, right? Like you basically just cut up its fingers. Like, I mean, because that's all you're fighting is its hands. There's a lot of great dialogue after that about like, you know, like even that hard of a fight, all we did was barely like we just basically annoyed the god. Like, how are we going to kill the yellow god? So it was a really great moment in that game.
For sure.
Definitely.
Definitely one of the coolest boss fights. Easily.
For sure.
Yeah,
I
my
got
favorite.
Easily.
lucky in this situation that I had already gone and gotten Verm's ultimate attack by the time I did that one. Made that fight, I think, probably a lot easier
1,
because
2,
I
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9, 10. Yeah, it was 10 on
Yeah.
that one. And I took out one. I set Verm up. This is also one of those things. So this is the point of the game where you're really going to start building out how you probably want your characters to be doing the max amount of damage or whatnot. Which one of the key complaints I've seen about this game is that it might be a little too easy on the combat.
Mhm.
And I had built out Verm to where he had -5 defense, but just an insane amount of offense. And I killed one of the hands in one attack.
That's
Whoa,
crazy.
wow.
Yeah.
Once I finally got that like move and was like fighting other things, and it was like you could basically set it up where like he was like berserk and adding bleed to every hit, and you had
I took off the bleed.
oh yeah, and it was like I think the most I got up to, and then you got like the one where it was like doubling the last attack, so you'd be doing like 21 21 21 21 21 21 and then 40. I was like, and you just destroyed things. I did not have that the first time I fought the white guys. It was
I
much
got
harder.
I got mine set up to have the extra 50% damage against the gods because I got that perk on, and then I also did that last one, or the last attack did more. But I actually turned off the bleed because I just didn't need that, and I think I was doing 35 or 40. So it was between 35 and 40 hit damage per hit on the hands.
That's crazy. I do really appreciate too that this game just lets you freeform respec, like redo your skill tree. You know, it was like you could take off and add things to kind of like at any time you want, kind of change the way you were playing, so that you know you could kind of have fun experimenting with it.
It's worth mentioning that I think it's worth mentioning that the game doesn't have traditional experience. Like you don't get XP normally from like winning fights. You level up when you defeat a boss or when you do a like very specific action. Like there'll be some instances where you'll like complete a quest that's specific to that character, or you'll do an action specific to that character, and then you'll gain a level.
Yeah.
Right.
And then there's like a sphere grid type thing where you can slot in your skill points to increase your your attack or your defense or HP
Special
or whatever.
stuff. There was everybody had
Right,
like different like
yeah.
special things that they could do.
including Lance.
Yes,
Lance
they had
had
a
a
whole skill
fully
tree for
built-out
Lance, the
skill
character
tree.
that died 15 minutes into the game.
They
Which was
did.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's because I went
Yep.
and started it back up again.
It's such
and
a
there is
fake out.
full skill tree there with moves you never get to see.
That's insane. I did not realize that. That's crazy because you don't get like a new
Thank
game
you for
plus.
mentioning that, Zach.
Yeah,
I wanted to
don't
say
get-
that too.
You do not get a new game plus where you get to come back as Lance. Like it's just
no.
that one like is like a very brief amount of time.
You get 10 minutes with Lance, man.
Yeah. I don't want to quaff the discussion, but I think we probably need to wrap it up pretty quickly. So let's go through the
Let's go
ending
through-
and kind of what happens at the end.
Real quick, I do want to just go through all the special attacks. So, Burns, we've talked about, you get, if you're on Rampage or Berserk, you get 10 attacks with him, so you can do a crazy amount of damage. Shaban gets a bigger explosion
Hellfire.
with her lighter.
Yeah, with the different fuel, right? Like
different fuel.
butane or something.
Yeah. Gwen Gwen's big things is she can do status debuffs, so she can do like reduce attack and reduce defense, and her special
Right.
does a reduced defense and a reduced attack, so it's a good
At
like
the same time.
at the same
Yep.
time.
She basically
and
turns
then-
into a dragoon, and
Yeah,
then
that
there's like a
jump
jump
attack.
attack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
and then Bruce's,
cool.
you play music until you come up with something, and it gives you a buff.
That was so
Yeah.
I
fun.
didn't figure out Bruce's that well because you just didn't have
You
much
just-
time to
you
use
just
it.
mess
You
around.
didn't have to
You
just
just
keep
goof.
nailing it until you find the one you
Yeah,
want.
you're like, oh, that's
Yeah.
the explosion one. I'll do that one.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
never
but
that
we-
was super
I think I
cool.
used that like once.
Yeah, I use it
What
once
is
too. But yeah, we can head back. So we'll get back to Merida. Let's just take a so you're getting into it.
So yeah, so you know that the king is planning to do this awful thing to set off this bomb and explode half the kingdom or whatever. You're like, we got to take him out. So you come up with this plan, and Bree and Stilton who have appeared periodically throughout the game are the ones who surprisingly help you put together this plan to take out basically you're going to conduct a coup and take over the kingdom to stop the king. It's super cool because as you're going through and like the king knows that this is going on and he sends his army out to stop you. As you're making your way through, depending on the number of side quests that you complete, all of these characters that you meet throughout the game show up to help you. Like Sir George shows up, to help you. This porcupine knight from Siobhan's town
Cranbell,
shows
yeah.
up.
And Bill.
Shows up to help you. I think do the Scissor Sisters show up?
Scissor Sisters are there at the end, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So all these characters that you meet who essentially are enemies when you fight them, or when you meet them, kind of like come over to your side and like aid you to overthrow the king, which is really, really cool. And you end up kind of like splitting parties. The Bruce and Siobhan and Gwen end up going to try to stop the Plague Master, Aquila. And that's a really cool fight, a really unique fight. It's got a really unique mechanic in that it's timed. You only have a certain amount of time.
That was crazy. I was like, wow, this really is timed. I was like, I gotta get going. I was like, is that real?
I had an incident with that fight. My controller died while I was in that fight.
The only time that would be a problem in that entire game.
And I had to go get another controller connected because I was playing with my Steam Deck and I was playing it on the TV. So I went and got another controller, connected real quick, and got into it. I ended up winning with like 3 seconds left on the clock.
Wow.
I think I had 1 minute and 15 seconds. It was not that hard without a controller dying.
So can we mention that during this fight, it's got that fucking commentary from that British documentarian Adam Curtis behind it,
good.
right? Like, wow, man, like so freaking good. And don't tell me, maybe Zach is maybe the only one who might have noticed this, but doesn't Aquila's kind of combat model smack of Mewtwo?
Yeah, we talked about this a bit. He looks exactly like Mewtwo. Like, he sits up on his tail.
It's floating above the ground with like the S-shaped tail and it really, to me, it smacked totally of Mewtwo. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, holy shit, that's Mewtwo.
Yeah.
Super cool.
That's
and
awesome.
that music that plays and that time battle, like that was really like one of my favorite moments from the game. We're gonna call out favorite moments.
Oh, you get to call out your favorite moments, no doubt.
It's pretty much one of them for me. That and the White God.
Yeah,
I was like, this is awesome.
So you end up taking him out, and he dies, and then you end up like at the last minute stopping his contraption from launching the bomb, which was going to blow up. Was it Parliament or something? He was going to blow up.
It was going down from it was going to go through the window of Big Ben down onto Parliament. So you don't actually defuse it because Siobhan is like, I don't know how to defuse this thing, but I can stop it from launching off of this catapult.
You can dismantle like that crossbow or catapult type of thing it was attached to, right?
Yeah, and while that's going on, Verm ends up sneaking into the castle through a secret passage, and Leo ends up basically deciding that the king is unfit to rule. And he has his own little coup, and he murders the king.
Regicide.
And then has this gigantic battle against basically all of the guards in the throne room, including his best friend.
Diego.
Yeah.
Diego is the other Souls reference. This is a mouse onion knight, Sigmire. I mean, that model is Sigmire. Sorry.
Yeah, he's very much so.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that either.
Oh man, I was loving that. Every time I wouldn't talk to Diego all the time because he's got this he's almost like Sigmire, but he's got like
he's got this like you shall not pass vibe.
Yeah,
he's trying to go on
big hammer, like almost like Smo hammer.
Yeah,
like
his eyes glint. He's got that anime glint, like.
I love Diego. He was massive.
And he's partnered with another character that I really have to mention, Steve.
Yeah,
Steve.
It was really
shut
funny.
up, Steve.
Yeah, the other door guard is like one of them's like a towering giant, and the other one's just like this tiny little mouse.
He's just like a normal guy.
Yeah, it's just Steve.
Like, hi, I'm Steve.
But yeah, so Leo kills all of them.
Yeah, all of them. So when Verm rolls up into the throne room, it's just Leo sitting there waiting for him, basically.
With his needles everywhere.
The needles are like strewn about. There's like blood all over the floor.
That was also, I feel like another, not even brought some anime references, that kind of made me think of another anime reference with the needles everywhere. Soul Reaper. When Black Star fights off against what's his name with, he just says, he's like, I don't care about my sword. A sword is a sword. And he fights in an arena of just tons of swords everywhere. And he just keeps picking them up. It's like, that gave me vibes.
That or Fate Stay Night also.
Yeah.
With Archer?
Yeah.
And his ultimate ability? Anyway, sorry, throwing all this anime nonsense at you. But
yeah, but then you get into the fight, and we talked earlier about Verm getting that tail, and he gets a dodge ability. So when you fought Leo the first time, you aren't able to dodge his basically one strike kill. And now you have an ability to do that. And so the first thing that happens in the fight is he says, I'm just going to finish this quick. And he goes in for that. And you dodge out of the way. He's like, well, that didn't work.
Unless
you're Wes.
You're me, in which case I one-shotted him before he could even do that move.
Wow.
I still don't know how you did that.
That's crazy.
I just buffed up and then just used the ultimate move, and it took him out.
Jeez.
So I never saw that until I watched Brad's video. I'm like, oh, that was how this fight was supposed to go.
That's crazy.
I was supposed to dodge that.
That's cool that they leave that in there, though, that you can do that for all the small Saga speedrunners out there. To buff up.
Yeah, it was cool. And then there's a whole bunch of discussion about what kind of a ruler you would be. And I can't remember, there's some sort of promise like you make to him.
Yeah, he's trying to talk you out of going and trying to kill the yellow god, you know?
Right.
And you're like, nope, I've come this far, I'm going to do it.
Absolutely.
And so where do you go? Where do you go to fight the yellow god? Freaking Parliament. One of the best video game representations of Parliament I have ever seen. I mean, you were on like the floor of Parliament, walking, you know, along the benches there. Oh, it's amazing.
It's got the purple smoke going everywhere.
Yeah, the apocalypse engine that's spewing the smoke.
Yeah, so you've got your party with you this time. And Verm pretty much knows what's coming when that gas starts coming in. And Yellow God shows up. And you take him on. And it's similar
fight.
It's sort of it's a multi-stage fight. It's kind of similar to the White God fight. Where you do have more hands going on.
You have the feet. You start with the feet, and then you move up to the hands. Because you move up onto like a bench.
Mm-hmm.
Or not a bench. You move onto like a table, and then you fight the hands. And I don't know. I didn't have a very hard time with this fight. Did y'all have any trouble with it at this point?
No, at that point you're all buffed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
But then you beat the Yellow God and have, I feel like it was one of those awesome moments because you look up and you see a scepter and all four of the team grabs the scepter and smacks him across the face with it.
It's the one that they use when you like crown the new king, basically, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it was.
Because they have like the egg and the scepter or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Verm proceeds to get on the ground because you've knocked the Yellow God down and his face is right there. Verm gets right up into it and leaves him be. Tells him to run away.
It's a House of Commons mace, is what it's a
mace.
Ornamental club
it's a mace.
That was dating from the reign of Charles II. And without going into all of the details, that's just another example of like all of the actual like real London history that they pump into this game. Like there's a part in the sewer where there's like Latin above a tunnel that like exists in real life in London. There's like obviously artwork that's like in the castle that's like based, it's like wrote in versions of like actual art history. Like just
cool.
Just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, you tell him to run, and then we get kind of to the end, sort of to the end of it is the end of the game. At this point, you go back down. It kind of goes a little bit fast forward in the future, and they put up a statue of Verm in the castle instead of the statue of the king that was there. And at this point, you can't go outside. You can't go up to where Plague Master. Oh, sorry, we didn't talk about it. The bomb goes off in the middle of Parliament after you kill it.
In Big Ben. It doesn't go off in Parliament. It goes off at the top of Big Ben.
Yeah, but then you get in there and you can't go anywhere. At this point, you talk to Shaban, or no, you don't talk to Shaban. You talk to Gwen and you talk to Bruce a little bit, and then you head up into the throne room. And actually, no, you are Shaban right now, aren't you? At this point, you're not Verm.
I think you do both.
No, you're Verm at the end.
You do Verm at the end for sure.
You head into the throne room.
You put the sword in the.
There, yeah.
You put the sword in the throne.
Right. Don't give it to anybody.
Well, yeah. Shaban asked Verm like why he let the Yellow God go, and like had mentioned that like she had assumed that Vern had done so because like he understood that this was likely not like the same Yellow God that killed his brother Lance, and that like killing the Yellow God, this like particular Yellow God like wouldn't be just. Like she assumes the best in Verm, and then Verm reveals that like he let the Yellow God go because he was tired. Like the journey had been exhausting, and like Verm had lived like with this anger his entire life, and like the fire of revenge had like kept Verm moving forward and had like provided strength when he needed it most, but like it had been burning him alive from like the inside, you know.
And he knew that when
Verm saw his reflection in the mask of the Yellow God, like came face to face, like he no longer recognized himself, you know. And at that moment, like he didn't let the Yellow God go to protect the Yellow God, like he let the Yellow God go to like protect himself, to like let go of that. Like, okay, like I had my chance and like I let it go, and like now I just want to take a walk. I thought that was awesome.
And he also mentioned that he knew all along that the Yellow God that they fought wasn't the same Yellow God that killed his brother.
Yeah.
He didn't care. He was just out for revenge against any of the Yellow Gods that he could find. Yeah.
Really neat.
All right, let's.
And then he like throws his like sword and it like lands in the throne.
Right.
It was cool.
He like declares that no one shall rule this land. Like we don't need a leader. Like. Pretty neat.
We only have one more thing I think to talk about with this.
Okay.
Well, the Brad has been waiting on.
Oh, we have not talked about the music. You got to give us a quick music. I mean, the music's going to have been playing the whole time, so I think it's suffice it to say the music is just freaking insanely good. It's all over the place. It varies a lot, but everywhere.
Tons of style.
Yeah.
It's all very, very good. And the in the spirit of brevity, since we're running long this evening, like just listen to what's playing. It's so good.
It's really, really good.
I had very few negative things to say about this game. I think the only thing I didn't really love was that I didn't like that I couldn't rearrange like the order in which people fought. I would have liked to have some kind of like quest log. I don't think that existed. That's a very minor gripe.
Yeah, if we're complaining, like I felt like the combat like lacked like maybe one or two different mechanics just to make it a little more like more developed.
Yeah,
you know, like
I wanted it to just be a little more challenging. I wanted to like get, you know me, I like wanted to get my ass kicked a little bit, and I didn't feel like that was really part of it. But that was okay. It didn't really detract that much from the enjoyment of the experience.
Yeah.
I agree about the combat needing to be a little bit more challenging and maybe a little bit more complex. But other than that, I thought the game was fantastic. I don't want to do a ton of personal opinions, but because I think we all like this game. So just drop your scores real quick and then we'll call it there. What do you think, Hunter?
I think this was a 9 for me. I mean, this game. I don't want to like get into this habit of just because it was like an indie game scoring any layer. I had a fantastic time playing this. I had no trouble with the dialogue. It was fantastic, and
nice.
My gripes were minor. Everything was. This is a brilliant video game. Everybody should play this one.
I agree. Brad?
I'm with Hunter, 9. This would be a 9.5 if those little things that we discussed were implemented, like a little more developed combat system, just a little more probably just a little more budget thrown at this thing, would push it to a 9.5 easy. But as it stands, as simplistic as it is, like a 9.0 is absolutely it.
Nice. Zach?
I'm just on. I think we're all on the same wavelength here. My only gripe was just a little bit more challenging combat would have been great.
A little more polished.
This is a 9. This game was just amazing from start to finish. I have nothing else to say about it other than go play it.
Game's a 9.
All right, everybody gets a 9.
Solid 9. Consensus.
I guess
yes.
we do need to put this out there. I do want to say thank you to Randall Reborn for also
yes,
playing
I'm
this
sorry,
game along
I
with
forgot.
us.
We did have
right.
comments from Randall. We should read that really quickly.
Yeah, let's get that for sure. Read that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Sorry, Randall.
I got it. So Randall played this with us. Thank you. Someone read what it said. So gameplay said, I'm going to start with my least favorite aspect of the game. The gameplay was paper thin, in my opinion. For the majority of the game, I could do the same sequence of commands and dominate every fight. And at the end, they threw some curveballs at you that made you have to think a bit more. The final couple of bosses felt really good, even though I struggled because I didn't know I could stack commands like Shaban's increased fire damage. And I wish more of the game was like that. Those fights felt more like a puzzle than a battle, and I think that's what they were going for. Story, this was fantastic. Vibes of the story were just great. I wanted to get revenge on the Yellow God. The cleverness of a grand story of revenge from the perspective of a rodent was really well done. Characters you meet along the way are great. The way they use human materials and give them the grand names that rodents might think they are is just a joy. A Bunsen burner being a grand forge, for example. The writing is top notch, and I can't say enough good things about it. Sound, the music was great. Boss battle songs are very well done. Final thoughts, I really enjoyed this one. I would say this has been my favorite Indies Nuts yet. Even with the paper thin battle system, the game connected with me. It was a great small saga. 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great review.
Thank you for playing
Great
with
review.
us.
Great. Yeah, man, awesome.
And nice and concise, something that we struggle with sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this game deemed a good conversation, so
Yeah.
I'm glad that we spent the time on it. I am not going to apologize for that. Sorry, not sorry.
This game is a treat.
Don't worry,
thank you,
there are time codes in the description for people who want to skip ahead.
Which information would have been good prior to this?
Yeah.
Mhm.
With that said, Brad, it's your pick next month, so tell us what you're bringing to Indies Nuts next month.
So I decided to go. I had I had a couple banging around my head, which will stay there and we'll definitely be subjecting you guys to later. But it just felt like all 4 of us were all talking about grabbing another Crab's Treasure. So I thought this would be a good month just to play it. It's it just came out. It's on Game Pass, so a lot of people can grab it. It's out and it just came out 2 days ago, April 25th.
It's on everything.
It's everywhere. Yeah, PlayStation 5. It's on Steam. It's on Switch. It's on Xbox. It's Game Pass. Like I said, so if you've got that, you can nab it for nothing. Join us. Looks like a really fun and charming little game. I'm looking forward to it.
Maybe not so little. I think it's a pretty meaty game. So
it's what I played so far has been meaty. Because I have started playing it already.
But I'm excited.
But
I've been wanting to play this one, so I want to commit time to it. It's like a Souls type game, but with not quite as hard from what I understand, and it's got some fun old school kind of 3D platformer vibes going on. So I'm big time in.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
All right. With that said, it's time for Hype Off.
Well done.
Nice.
Best one yet.
Easily. All right, Hype Off, of course, is the segment of the show, the last segment of the show, thankfully, where we bring something that we are personally excited for coming in the next month, release calendar. We talk about it briefly, and then we all give our individual hype ratings or expectations for the Open Critic score for that game. And then we review what we picked last month and figure out who's the closest, they're the winner, who's the farthest, they're the loser. That's why I'm wearing this lovely outfit here, because I lost last month.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be interesting to see how this goes. So I'm going to start off with my pick for next month, a little game called Crow Country. This game's coming out on the 9th of May. And you all like Resident Evil at all? Have any reverence for that game?
I've had some fun with
This
it
looks-
occasionally.
So this game looks like a Resident Evil game if it were done in the graphical style of Final Fantasy VII. So all the characters are the sort of like blocky look to them, but it looks really, really good.
That's
and
a
it
ballsy look.
It looks, yeah, like the legs are kind of like cylindrical, and it's sort of grungy and dirty, and the character designs look super creepy. I don't know how like truly scary it's going to be, but it's definitely going for that survival horror, old school survival horror thing, and looks creepy. Really, really creepy. The enemy designs there's some weird looking freakos there that I really personally wouldn't mind shooting in the head multiple times. So I'm looking forward to that. So I think that this game is going to score. I'm very excited for this game. I've been burned in the past with my scores going too high. I think this game is going to be an 81. Zach, what do you think? Crow Country.
I like the look of this game a lot too. It gives me some like Parasite Eve vibes too. I'm thinking it's going to score pretty well. I don't quite think it's going to hit the 80 mark though, so I'm going to give this a 78.
Okay. Brad.
Same, 78.
Hunter.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I have it at a 76, just because I'm going to be a pessimist. What? You say you've been like burned in the past and being too optimistic. That's very recent past, by the way.
Too recently. I'm still burning.
Very
I'm burning
recent.
up in this
Look
suit.
at you. Yes, this is very literally burning right now.
Yes, I'm burning up as we speak. Anyway, Hunter, what are you bringing to Hype Off?
I am going to be bringing Homeworld 3. So this is developed by Blackbird Interactive, which is basically Relic from the past. It's like a combination of Relic developers and I think EA developers at Blackbird. So the original developers of the first Homeworld game, second Homeworld game. It's coming on the 13th. That's my wife's birthday, so I will not be playing it that day. And I mean,
you'll understand.
It's this is one of the great Homeworld is one of the great classic like kind of RTS games set in space, very epic stuff, great music, great story, that kind of stuff. They did have a demo just to give some information that like wasn't received that well, just because they said that the controls were just having some issues that got delayed a few months. I think they might have gotten that kind of stuff sorted out, like the controls, and they were having some server connection issues, but I think that might have gotten sorted out. But with that being said, I'm a little nervous when a game that late in development is being poorly received for controls and server issues, so I'm going to put it at a 73, but I think eventually people will really love this game, but I think right out of the gate it might not review very well.
Hey, Brad, what do you think about Homeworld 3?
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the lower to mid, like 70s. 75 is what I had in mind.
Zach?
Those RTS people like their RTSs, though. So if they fix the controls, it could be pretty good. I'm going to throw it as 77.
I'll go in the middle with a 76.
Yeah. Homeworld is a very, very good game. I mean, the first two people really love. So if they can get that right, then I'm sure it is going to be good. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, we'll see in a couple of weeks on the 13th.
Yeah.
Zach, what are you bringing to Hype Off?
I got Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder. This is a Metroidvania platforming, run around, kill your enemies, get buff ups as you're going around kind of game. Set in a steampunk world with very, very pretty visuals. I really like the art style they've gone for with it. Looks like just the general fun that you were going to want if you're going in for some sort of Metroidvania. So pretty excited for this. It comes out on the 21st, featuring a red-haired heroine that you're rocking around. Pretty excited for this one. I'm thinking it's gonna jump in at an 82.
Okay. I'm personally very excited for this game. I have been keeping my eye on this game for literal years at this point. So when they announced that this was finally coming out, I was very, very excited. I am very interested in playing this. That said, I don't know that it's doing anything that looks that different or is more interesting than a standard Metroidvania game. So I'm gonna go with a 79. Hunter.
Yeah. Oh no, it's another Metroidvania that looks fun with good controls that ding dongs won't like because it's a Metroidvania. So 75. It probably deserves an
Mine are
80.
so salty.
It probably deserves like an 80 or like an 85, but like, people are just going to be stupid about it and just be like, I'm having really fun with this. This is great. It looks great. It plays great. Music's great, but like, oh my God, another Metroidvania. Like that was like the same crap they gave, what was that game? What was the game that you brought? Biomorph. And then there was one before that was like the Bloodborne Metroidvania. The Caden. No, Caden really loved it.
It's
God, I can even think of the developer's name, Kumi Souls Games. I can't think of the name of the actual game.
Yeah, it was the one that was part of PRing. Anyway, just another one that like was apparently really great, but got not great review scores just because people were like, "Ooh, this one, dime a dozen." Yeah, so Last Faith.
Yeah,
I beat you. The Last Faith. I beat you.
I literally found it.
Sorry.
All right. You beat me now. You beat me later. It's all right. Brad, what's the last type-off game for next month?
I don't think we got a.
We got a score for Gestalt.
We didn't get a score for me for Gestalt.
I'm so sorry, Brad. What's your score for Gestalt?
This game, I agree, looks super cool, but I agree with Hunter. This isn't gonna perform like for reviews. I don't think. I think 77's all it's gonna get.
Right, follow up with your pick.
Yeah, for my pick, it's Hellblade 2. It's the sequel to Hellblade 1. It's going to be awesome. 85.
Zach?
I had a hard time with this one because I have not played I've not played Hellblade 1, but everyone I know who's played it says it's an amazing game, and I can only imagine that they've just made it better visuals and even a better game. I'm going to go with an 88.
Damn it. Hunter?
Stole your pick.
This happened. It happened again. Zach and I can't do the same score. It's out of principle. I'll push it up to an 89 just because, I mean, like this is basically like all of Microsoft's eggs now in this basket. Like this game has been being made for a long time, and every time they've shown it just looks amazing. And they're going to, it's just one. It's kind of one of the can't miss kind of things. So, it might not score that well, but I think it has all the components there to be a high score. So I'll go above Zach and say an 89.
I'm going to go with Brad's score of an 85.
All right.
There's some stuff about this game. I know there's a lot of people that are really excited about it. Visually, it looks outstanding. But from a gameplay standpoint, the first game was really not that technically fantastic. I felt like the combat was okay, but not great. And has some weird ass shit going on in it that I don't know that a lot of people will really dig. So I don't know. Wait and see. But I think it's going to be good. I just don't know if it's going to be like Game of the Year material. I'm sure it will be for some folks. I have to wait and see. 85.
Cool.
So that's what's coming next month. Now we have to talk about the results from this month. Hunter, can you quickly run us through what we had for this month?
Sure. So for our games that got scored this month, thankfully we had scores for all our games this time around, so we don't have to worry about that debacle. So Wes was the one who actually brought our next Disney's next game, another Crab's Treasure. So Wes gave that an 83. I gave it a 78. Brad an 81, and Zach a 79. I might need some help on the final scores just to make sure that I have them where they stand. Brad, this was a 78, right? 78, I think.
Yeah.
So I actually nailed that one. I don't know why I picked a 78 with that.
Congratulations.
I did. I think I just thought that what I said was that the Souls combat is kind of hard to replicate, and sometimes people get cranky about that. Zach brought along.
You're right, it was 78.
Yeah, it is 78 right now, even.
Zach brought along Pepper Grinder, which is the Devolver game. Some of us have actually played this. I
finished it.
Wes finished it. I played a good chunk of it. It's really fun. It's a really cool game.
It gets super hard at the end, like ridiculously hard.
Oh, fun. I haven't gotten that far where it's gotten hard yet. Score was a 79 for that one. Brad was actually the closest with an 80. I was furthest away with an 86, but Wes wasn't too far away from me with an 85. I don't know what people have a problem with this game. It is, like we said, it's like controller porn. It's just fun to play.
They don't like that it's short.
They just don't like that it's short. Okay, they want more of it. That's enough to give it a bad score.
Perfect speedrunners game.
Why does it need to be long? It's good. All right, I brought the Gotcha game. That's a little play on words there.
Been waiting to say that one.
Stellar Blade. This is the game with the pretty girl in it, and also apparently the really fun gameplay and really cool story and all the stuff. It ended up at, I think when we locked it down, it was an 83. It might be an 82 now. But
it's an 82 now.
We have to stick with what we chose. So 83 when we locked it down. Brad hit this on the money with an 83.
Damn you, Brad.
I think Zach ended up being the farthest away from this one with a 76. And then Wes and I were somewhere in the middle of that. Then the last one Brad brought, Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. He thought that was going to be an 85. Wes thought it was going to be an 88. Thought an 83. Zach a 77. It ended up at a 76. I don't know why. Maybe
it's super disappointing. Super disappointing.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes.
I had no interest in it, so it doesn't bother me that much. It's very anime heavy. So anyway, with that being said, I don't really remember what the final scores was, but I know that I think is what Zach and Brad ended up tying. I want to say at 12 away. It was like, I think it was 12 away. I was somewhere around like 19, and Wes was very much in last place this time. Wasn't even close. It was like 27. He was way too optimistic for these games, which is not a bad thing, but it did cost you here. Because
it is a bad thing in this case.
Yeah. So Wes is faced.
I got too hyped.
In his super adorable Snuggie, he is faced again with the Wheel of Consequences, and we decided that he can't get a repeat. So we're not gonna. If he rolls Snuggie again, he's not getting Snuggie again. So like we will just respin that. Now, for the tie for first, we have to go to our hype off. Where we pick a random game from the past.
I love hype off.
That hopefully they don't know anything about and can just guess the score of. And whoever gets the closest ends up being our winner. So are you guys ready? You got calculators and or writing utensils?
Oh yeah. Gotta have
nearby.
that.
So we can finalize this.
Yep.
Hold on. Got a pen around here somewhere, I think.
So just a reminder for people who are maybe it's like the first time you're hearing this. The Wheel of Consequences is kind of what we're replacing, like just saying like a punishment. It's like an actual punishment that is determined by this wheel that could be in any number of things. So we'll find out what it is later. Are you guys ready?
Go ahead.
All right. Our game that you're picking is called Cuckoo's Lost Pets. I feel like this is a good one for our animal companion. So Cuckoo's Lost Pets is
tell me. Okay, go ahead.
It's a game came out for the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PC in December of 2021.
Okay.
That's all the information you get.
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh, that's backwards. 65.
Oh my god! So he's got a 65 and a 72. This game scored a 67. So Brad is the closest, and I cannot believe how good you are doing this just based off the name. You didn't know anything about this. It's like you can just hear a name and guess it. That's kind of incredible.
Because it sounds like shovelware to me, and that stuff always scores like in the 60s.
It does look kind of like garbage. I mean, let's see if I can kind of tilt this and show you all.
It sounds like shovelware to me. So I'm like, you know what? It's probably in the 60s. I choose 65 because it's right in the middle.
Anyway, yeah, it looks like hot garbage.
Brad, perpetual winner once again.
Yes, Brad has won. He has basically it's formed a Brad dynasty, a Brad dynasty.
I don't want to win. I just don't want to lose. So I'm happy to win. If it means I don't have to spin this fucking wheel.
Speaking of spinning the wheel, I think it's time to spin the wheel of consequence.
Spin the wheel of
consequence.
Bring it,
jingle, don't you?
Bring it up here. Yeah, I'll say it as you spin it. Give it a good spin. Wheel of consequence. Turn, turn, turn. Tell me the punishment that I have earned.
Oh, we're on 5.
We landed on 5.
Number 5. What is number 5, Brad?
You have the cards.
Do tell.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they're out of order. Somehow. 5. Here we are. Okay, so card number 5.
We see it.
Says, winner picks loser's background for next show.
I can live with this.
That's not too bad.
I hope.
At least that won't make you super sweaty.
Brad's not too cruel.
If we say that yet, Brad has probably already taken a screenshot of you in that for that to be your background for next time.
Do I have to decide now, or can it be?
No.
You can.
I think it should be a surprise.
Leave it a surprise
when he shows up. It's just like, why is this his background?
And why is it Sal's closet?
Sal's closet. Yeah.
I need a picture of Sal's closet now.
All right. Well, something to look forward to next month. A surprise of what my background's going to be when I'm recording the show. So look forward to that, everybody. With that brings us to the end of the show. Thank you for sticking with us if you have for this long. This is definitely one of the longest episodes I think we've done, but I think the quality is here, guys. The quality is here. The conversation was a good one.
Yeah, I think we talked about Small Saga for longer than it takes to actually play the game. So, but it's worth it. It's a good game.
For sure. Anyways, thank you guys for joining me and for all the good times talking through this stuff. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Remember, like and subscribe if you've enjoyed the video. And until next month, happy gaming. Bye.
Boy.
Hi, everyone. All right, so final word. We're going to keep it short and sweet since this episode went really long and I think we're all exhausted. There is a arcade game back for the Neo Geo era called The Last Blade 2, and you should play it, and it's awesome. Have a good night, everyone.